Sound check, sound check, sound check. 1, 2, 3. Sound check, sound check.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 10th Emergency and Community Services Committee for 2023. It is August 17th. I'd like to call the meeting to order. We do have quorum present. Please switch all your electronic devices to a non-audible function during the meeting. Madam Clerk, I suspect there might be a few changes to the agenda. Are there?
There are. Through the chair, under communications, we have 5.2, correspondence from Josie D'Amico, the Campaign for Adequate Welfare and Disability Benefits, respecting renovictions, tenant displacement, and property standards in apartment buildings. The recommendation is to be received and referred to item 8.2. 5.3, correspondence from Acorn Hamilton respecting renovictions, tenant displacement and property standards in apartment buildings, to be received and referred to item 8.2. We have delegation 6.3B to 6.3T for today's meeting. We have a revised report, Hamilton Tenant Support Program, item 8.1. You had received an email about that this morning from the General Manager. Item 7.1B has been withdrawn, which is the delegation from Jeff Nevin, Indwell Community Homes, which was approved at the July 13th meeting. Staff from Indwell Communities are not available to present today, but will present at a future meeting. And those are all the changes.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Jackson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Is there any discussion or questions? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. Councillor Jackson is indicating the affirmative. That vote carries unanimously, 7-0. Councillors, are there any declarations of interest this morning or this afternoon now? Seeing none, if you do happen to come across one later in the meeting, just bring it to our attention as quickly as possible. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting, July 13th, 2023. May I please have a mover and a seconder to approve the minutes of that particular meeting? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Nan. Is there any discussion or questions on the approval of the minutes? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. Thank you. That vote carries unanimously again, 7-0. We are now moving on to communications. We have correspondence from Kevin Gonshi, Hamilton Participation Team respecting the Participation Community Challenge. We have correspondence from Josie D'Amico, the Campaign for Adequate Welfare and Disability Benefits respecting renovictions, tenant displacement, and property standards in apartment buildings. Recommendation to be received and referred to item 8.2, addressing renovictions, tenant displacement, and property standards in apartment buildings. We also have correspondence from Acorn Hamilton respecting renovictions, tenant displacement, and property standards in apartment buildings. Recommendation is to be received and referred to item 8.2. I need a mover and a seconder to approve the communications items as indicated. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Thank you very much. We'll call the vote. That vote carried unanimously. May I have a mover and a seconder to approve the delegations as presented? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Nan. Thank you. That vote carried 7-0. We're now moving on to our delegations. I remind our delegates that they have 5 minutes to speak as per our procedural bylaw. You will hear a little ding that will indicate a minute left on your 5 minutes, and then there'll be a final ding when your time is up. Delegations will be received by committee once everyone has spoken today. Councillors are asked to use the speakers list in eScribe if you wish to ask questions, and are reminded that questions of the delegates are for clarification purposes only and not for debate. If we find that you're having a challenge with eScribe, just give me the high sign and we'll get you on the list. I've got Graham Cubitt. Is that correct? Thank you. We will first hear from Graham Cubitt. Hamilton is home.
Graham is joining us virtually today.
That's why I wondered where he was. Hi, Graham. How are you?
I'm well, Councillor. Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to committee today. I am Graham Cubitt. I'm the Director of Projects and Development with Indwell, and Indwell is one of the members of the Hamilton is Home Coalition, and I'm pleased to be the chair of the Hamilton is Home Coalition. So we are continuing our quest for affordable and sustainable housing to be built within the City of Hamilton, and I thank you for this opportunity to provide a quick update and really to provide encouragement and to show our support for the work that staff is doing, including the report that I know is in the package today from Justin Lewis as the director of the Secretariat. So I'll just share my screen here quickly for a couple slides and go from there. Hamilton is Home, obviously, we're the coalition of community housing providers that are committed to developing new, affordable and supportive housing. And so I want to give you a quick update on that today. I know many of you have seen the postcards that we've put out, but I'll show those in a second. The Hamilton, the HSIR, the Hamilton Housing and Stability and Investment Roadmap, which was approved by Council, is a great document, a great plan, a great strategy, and a key part of any good strategy is implementation. And so that's where Hamilton is Home is keen to be a part of what you're doing as Council and what we're doing as a city to really enable this to all come together. I'm going to speak to Pillar 1 and Pillar 4. Pillar 1 being the 350 new affordable housing units per year goal. And Pillar 4 being to implement, immediately create 200 supportive housing units. These are two key areas that Hamilton is Home is looking to engage. So on the affordable Pillar 1, to create new affordable housing units, when we look at the portfolio of projects that Hamilton is Home has available to us, these are sites that are owned by members of the coalition, are in various stages of development or pre-development. When we add that up, there's about 600 units that are possible in the next 18 months to start construction. You can see that just over 400 of those units are within 1,500 meters of rapid transit, current A line or B line routes. And then there's in the little bit longer horizon, the next 18 months after that, there's another 800 units that are possible. So this is where we want to remind Council and encourage you in your advocacy and your support for these goals of the HSIR. There are possible projects out there that can immediately begin to tackle our housing crisis, but we do need the support for these projects from the city in order to be a catalyst for upper level government investment. When it comes to supportive housing, and we realized that with the two pillars, it was clear that we needed to separate just general affordable housing from the key strategies to address homelessness through supportive housing. And we know that supportive housing is the sustainable exit strategy for homelessness. We know there's lots of debate earlier this week and ongoing in our community around what to do with encampments and the homelessness crisis. And we are very firmly committed to developing supportive housing as that exit strategy that we know is needed. So when we looked at our spreadsheets, when we look at our capabilities, what are the options available to us as Hamilton is Home, these projects are on our radar. The first ones in teal there are ones that are ready to go. It's over 418 units that's possible. There's another sort of, if we started next year and into the year after, there's another tranche of projects there. But this first 400 units would obviously fully address the 200 unit starting point goal of the HSIR and make a significant dent, if not quite solve perhaps the homelessness crisis, it would dramatically change the trajectory towards success in meeting the housing needs of people who are currently unhoused. And so there's a little bit of a chart there on the right, a bit of a pie chart, identifying the rough parameters of what we see would be necessary. Around 10% of the cost of this portfolio, we believe, could be raised from the community. Each organization is a registered charity, being Sacagawea Nonprofit Homes, YWCA Hamilton, Indwell, and Good Shepherd. Between us, we have experience of varying types in mobilizing community donations, but we also know that the City of Hamilton plays a key close role with us in being the lever that gets federal and provincial investment. We know that the city operates as the service manager for housing and social services to the province, and we know that the federal government is looking through various things, including the Housing Accelerator Fund, to be able to invest in housing. But the city is a key participant in that equation, particularly as well with the co-investment fund and being the so-called co-investor. So that graph is a rough guide. It's not project by project equation per se, but if we had something on the order of this portfolio on the order of this magnitude and these kind of commitments according to that graph, we would see a lot of progress quickly. I think that this is the key point. Collaboration is key. And we've realized this amongst ourselves. This is why we formed as a coalition. We're all friendly to each other, and we've all been around various tables for years. But we rarely have shared information at the level we are today, and rarely shared strategizing around who can play to their strengths in what areas. Sacagawea, obviously, as a nonprofit, Indigenous-led housing organization, can do something different than Indwell can. YW can do something than Good Shepherd can. How do we each play to our strengths and then also mobilize the strengths of the City of Hamilton as the municipality, as the service manager, so that we can pull together in the same direction? We can't fight over the same piece of pie. We actually need to, bake a larger pie. That's the role that the city can play, and we, whether it's that 15% threshold for CMHC applications, or whether it's using the position of service manager to advocate and mobilize and channel, provide accountability for provincial investments. There's different roles that the city can play, but by working together, we are very clearly. We believe very strongly that there's clear evidence that we can do more than we're currently doing, and more than we have been doing in the last number of years. It's our commitment to make sure that cooperative relationship is in place. We've been working closely with Justin Lewis, the new director in the Housing Secretariat, with Jeff Wingard, with Michelle Baird, with Angie Burden as the general manager, across the teams, to say how can we work in new ways of dialogue and openness and cooperation, and we see that already bearing tremendous fruit. And we thank you for committee's support and for council's support and for our mayor's support in advocating for these solutions. We'd love to see new things happen, and so we just are here today to provide an update and encouragement to continue in the direction that you're taking as a committee and as council. So thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm sorry that my colleague Sarah Board from YWCA was not able to join the presentation today, but she sends her regards, and of course we're open to any kinds of questions.
Thank you very much, Graham. Councillors, do you have any questions of the delegate? Councillor Cratch.
Thanks really very much for the presentation, Graham, for giving us an overview, outlining and highlighting, I think, some things that are important to hear. And as we've talked about before, one of the big pieces here is, of course, advocacy, other levels of government. Other piece is time. And so, you've been doing this long enough now that I'm wondering if you would be able to comment on sort of what you see the horizon in terms of building times looking like and how that's changed maybe over the last 5 years. I think when you first were building some of the units downtown, we're talking about, $150,000 to $200,000 a door. Now we're up to $550,000 to $600,000 a door. That's changed over time. But where are we at in terms of, I guess, the building horizon, and how has that changed over the same period of time in terms of how quickly things can get built?
Thank you, Councillor. Graham, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. This is an important question because there's things we can change and there's things we can't change. One of the things that unfortunately we're struggling to change is the cost of construction within the industry, the price of materials, the cost of labor. These are all things that are are uniformly spread across the construction industry, whether it's market or affordable housing, and the shortages that we're seeing across Ontario and indeed the country. We do believe that time is of the essence in making decisions. Inflation every week is increasing the price of projects, and so making decisions, moving forward, trying to lock in things as quickly as possible does have a material cost implication. 500,000 per unit seems like a horrendous number. When we look back 10 or 15 years, we would not even expect anything like that. But it is sort of a reality that we have to accept for today. I don't think that we should be budgeting less than 500,000 as a rule of thumb, but I think that if we had the commitments that we're looking for from the city and from federal and provincial funders, if somebody said today, we'll give you, lock in 500,000 today and we'll give you the funds based on that, we would do it. And we would work very quickly to mobilize and move projects forward. We do see the improvements that the city has made around planning, around strategies to streamline projects. That is bearing fruit, and we're moving projects through faster than we had in the past, and we thank everybody for that. But we do know that if we could not delay projects another year, we will see today's pricing instead of a year from now's pricing, and nobody anticipates that a year from now things will be dramatically cheaper, of course.
Councillor?
Thanks. I really appreciate that very nuanced description of how time is impacting this. It's impacting it not just based on construction timing, but based on when we take more time, what those increased costs do and how those have impacts on projects. Well, thank you for that answer. And I hope there are many fewer bankers' boxes to deliver in your future as these processes tighten up. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Any further? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Apologies. In trying to ask this question, I wandered back into Monday's eScribe and I was signaling my intention there, but that won't work.
Apologies. Please proceed.
My question's about the gap between the request today and the deferred consideration from Monday's GIC of, I believe it was in or around $2.3 million in a conditional grant to Indwell Community Homes for the Acorn Flats project. So just wondering, we are going to talk about that on Monday. We've deferred consideration of that till September 6th to talk a little bit more, get some detail. How far apart is that specific project, which is one of those projects that was in your slideshow, away from the ultimate ask of the 15% funding that you're asking for? Just getting a sense of that gap, or if there's other pieces in this report. I don't know if you've had a chance to kind of look at this GIC report, but just given what we're already considering and what you're asking, what's the gap between those two?
Thank you, Councillor. Graham, please.
Through you, Chair. I'm wearing my hat as Chair of Hamilton is Home today, so I won't speak specifically to Indwell's project, but I do know the dynamics of Indwell's project within the parameters of the overall postcard. That's the most expeditious project that's available amongst our coalition in terms of, we can be at a building permit within 30 days, have it issued. It is an example of how the city working together with us as project proponents can be very strategic. Within the recommendation from GIC is a city contribution that would be the catalyst for co-investment contribution, and a provincial capital contribution through municipal affairs and housing. The delay in approving it this week, obviously delays are always a challenge, but it's not too late, September. And I think that it actually gives us a chance as the coalition, and specifically for Indwell, to work with staff to say, how do we firm up details with MMAH? How can we make sure that the CMHC portal application that is open has as much information as possible? And I think that there's an opportunity for a new working relationship through staff. I'm not an expert in municipal purchasing processes, but I think that there is an opportunity and maybe a strategic need to review how are we going to get as many affordable housing projects and supportive housing projects mobilized as quickly as possible while still meeting the general requirements for purchasing and transparency. It isn't strategic to put out an RFP every time for every project and have some generalized understanding of bidding for these dollars. They're not dollars that exist, actually. We have to go and advocate together for the projects from the province particularly. And I think that that's where Acorn Flats is an example of trying to back a project into a process rather than design the process and push our senior leaders at the province particularly to fund them. So I think that Acorn Flats is a good example of how we could achieve results through a municipal investment, but to be the catalyst for the federal and provincial funds, we do need to work on the process, and staff have been talking about that as well.
Thank you. Councillor?
Thank you for that answer. All good from me.
Thank you. Any further questions from the committee? Seeing none, Councillor Wang, can you take the chair for a second?
Go ahead.
So my question to Graham would be the 15% for the projects. Is that municipal contribution expected all at once? Is it phased over 3 years? What is the expectation from the group?
Through you, Chair, to the councillor, this is not needed at once. This would be needed as a commitment, and the parameters of how that commitment could be delivered are really flexible depending on each project. And with each proponent, there might be a little bit different, financial nuances, or each project will be different, even in what that 15% might be comprised of, whether it's capital, whether it's land. There's different ways to get there. In practical terms, the co-investment fund, CMHC's National Housing Strategy stream, requires the co-investor, the municipality, to be on board. And there's no definitive threshold like, it's 15% or bust, but it generally seems to be in that range. I think the practical working out of each project is we're very open as a coalition to nuancing that to meet the city's abilities. Is it over 3 years? Is it up front? Is it at the end? That really is flexible. It's the commitment that's needed to sort of lead the other levels of government with some confidence that the project is real, that it's endorsed by the municipality, etc. I think that in the GIC report there was another item that was deferred around a capital contribution, and I think that capital contribution was adequate, what was going to be discussed, and the reality of making a commitment like that has a tremendous impact on us as a coalition or as a community, then leveraging the asks to particularly the province, I would say, around how municipal affairs and housing, Ministry of Health, Ministry of Community and Social Services cooperate. Those are generally fairly tall silos, but how do we connect between them? Particularly when it comes to getting the capital up front to build things that then 2 years later, 15, 18, 20 months later, we have people moving into who need support. And we don't need the support funding the same day we need the capital funding, but we need that combined strategy. And I think that's where the municipal upfront contribution commitment really, really gets us unstuck on moving on those other things.
Thank you. And so I think what I heard, Vice Chair, is that it's important that the City of Hamilton be seen to be endorsing this and committing to the 15%. It will be left up to the municipality to handle the accounting policies and financial policies. For example, there is a general prohibition about capital dollars being spent on someone else's property. So we need to work through operating and finance structures to see how we can come up with those dollars. But I think what I'm hearing is it's important, as you're advocating to senior levels of government and filing applications, that you have us, I'll use the colloquial term, on the hook. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes. And I think that the working relationship is key. As a coalition, we've committed to not poking each other in the eye and not poking the city in the eye, because otherwise, Like, our true goal is to build housing and to mobilize the resources of our community, which includes the federal and provincial governments. We need to have them at the table, and they need to put in big dollars because they have the responsibility to do so. The reality is that each project may have a different schedule of development and a different sort of outcome goal. And if I can use the city of St. Thomas as a recent example I'm familiar with an Indwell project, the city committed $3.8 million to a project in order to be the catalyst for co-investment. That co-investment fund application was approved, but then funds came out through the province through the Social Service Relief Fund in 2 different tranches. As part of the city's commitment to the project, they had the ability to take themselves off the hook if they could replace those funds with something else. And so they replaced their own commitment of 3.8 with almost $3 million of provincial funds, leaving the municipality contributing the land and $800,000 in capital. So I think that those are the kinds of opportunities that we want to see happen in Hamilton as a coalition. If we can mobilize our ability to get things underway, everybody wants to bet on the winning horse, and a project that's underway is a heck of a lot better than a project that's on the drawing boards.
Thank you. And your reference to the St. Thomas project is apropos because I can recall speaking with the minister, and they were, for all intents and purposes, bragging about the St. Thomas project. So that's excellent. And I'm glad you're not wanting to poke anyone in the eyes. I've had recent experience with that, and it can be rather unpleasant. So I'll take the chair back. Thank you. Any further questions of our guest? Seeing none, Graham, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for having me.
Oh, my pleasure. We will move on to our next set of delegations. Delegations respecting renovations, tenant displacement, and supports. That's a mouthful. Christine Neal of Acorn. It's an in-person delegation. Come on down, Christine. Just move that microphone down because we're broadcasting, so you're speaking to the world. Millions of people are going to hear you. No pressure.
Does that mean I get an Oscar at the end?
If you're talking about an Oscar Mayer Wiener, we might be able to arrange that, but an Oscar, I don't think so.
Fix my hair, wait a minute.
You look great. Please proceed and just relax. 5 minutes.
We've had lots of practice with the word renoviction. Good afternoon, City Councillors and City staff. My name is Christine Neal, and I am the Chair of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and a tenant of Ward 2. Acorn Canada is the Association of Community Organisations for Reform Now, founded in 2004. It is an independent grassroots organisation that fights for social and economic justice for low and moderate income communities. Acorn started organising in Hamilton in 2017 and has grown to have 4 neighbourhood chapters: Downtown Mountain, East End and Stony Creek. Since 2017, we have been advocating for strong municipal policies and programs to support and protect tenants in the City of Hamilton. After many years of this bylaw not being on the stove, it is heartening to see it on the front burner. My delegation is going to focus on the Safe Apartment Bylaw and updates to the Vital Services and Property Standards Bylaw. Other Acorn members will speak to the Renovations, Licence and Tenant Support Programme. Many of our members will use their time to speak about their own experience with renoviction and neglectful landlords. Firstly, Acorn supports the changes to the Vital Services Bylaw to better protect tenants during vital services disruptions and hold landlords accountable. As referenced in the report, the updates were driven from the situation of 1083 Main Street East, where tenants went 86 days without running water. Acorn is hopeful that along with the Safe Apartments Bylaw, updates to the Vital Services Property Standards Bylaw will be effective in deterring landlords from withholding repairs to vital services. Second, we support the changes to the Property Standards Bylaw, but are asking the committee to add mailboxes to the property standards. In March 2021, Council unanimously approved additions to the Property Standards Bylaw to cover more issues faced by tenants. For unknown reasons, maintenance and repair of mailboxes, collection was referenced in the staff report but omitted from the final Property Standards expansion. Particularly in buildings facing renovation, Acorn has seen landlords refuse to fix broken mailboxes, which jeopardizes the delivery and security of mail. Lastly, with the Safe Apartment Bylaw, we strongly support the bylaw move forward with the amendments outlined in our submission. Our biggest concern is around the implementation timeline. The deadline for landlords to register would be September 2025, and the goal of evaluating all buildings in 2017. That had the strongest reaction from our members and tenants we consulted with. With tenants already living with these issues for years and issues getting worse over the pandemic, for example, no pest control enforcement for 3 years, we urge the committee to move up the registration deadline. Acorn is encouraged with the work that has happened since April, but we need to see the Safe Apartment Bylaw do a complete round of building inspections before the end of this term. A deadline of 2027 will leave potentially thousands of tenants waiting years to see the benefit of the program. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any questions for Delegate Neal?
Sorry.
Nope. You spoke very well, and they have no questions for you. Our next delegate is Christina Erie from Acorn, and it's in person.
Good afternoon, city staff and councillors. My name is Christina, and I'm a member of Acorn's downtown chapter and a tenant in Ward 2. I am delegating today in support of the city moving forward with the Hamilton Tenant Support Program, the Safe Apartment Bylaw, and the changes to the Vital Services Bylaw. In April of 2021, the building I have been living in for 10 years was bought out by a real estate investment trust known as Equiton. Since Equiton acquired our building, the management and maintenance has gone downhill as our rents were skyrocketing. In December of 2022, we learned that Equiton had applied for a 2.08% AGI on top of the regular 2.5% rent increase, this raising some tenants' rent as much as $70 a month, which will be our second AGI since 2020. With the help of Acorn, we were able to form a tenant association. When tenants came together, we learned that many tenants were angry with the increase because many people had ongoing maintenance issues, pest control problems, lack of security, and dealing with very unprofessional management. When I went door to door in my building talking to my neighbors and I got to see firsthand what some of them were dealing with, I was appalled. I actually had pictures, but I didn't know that I could have brought them in, but sorry. So some had water leaks, some had non-working appliances, pest controls issues, some living with mold for months and some for years. I too had a leak in my bathroom which caused the ceiling to collapse, and it took Equiton 7 months to fix it. There were complaints with hot water and elevators breaking down frequently, no snow removal in the winter, and we requested a blitz of the building in January of this year, and it took 2 months to get them to come out, and we are unsure of the results. All of this happening in our buildings as Equiton enforces an AGI that has not even yet been approved at the LTB. And like they forced people to pay this and told them if you don't pay it, you'll be kicked out, which is not fair since it hasn't even been seen yet. So, so yeah, ACORN is looking forward to seeing these support programs and bylaws that are extremely important and well needed to be implemented as soon as possible for the health and welfare of tenants all across our city. Housing is a human right, not just an income or profit for financialized landlords. Thank you for listening to me speak.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, we'll call down our next delegate, which is Pauline Roberts of ACORN, and it's an in-person delegation.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Pauline Roberts, and I'm a proud member of ACORN. I want to let you know I'm delegating today from my own experience of what I've went through.
Just get nice and close to that microphone. There you
How's that?
go. We
Sorry.
want everyone to hear you.
Okay. I was in the building as Christine Airy at 125 Wellington. I lived there for 5 years. After Ecoton took over, my apartment went down. I had no stove. Every time I turned on the stove, I got shocked. Had no dishwasher. It flooded my apartment. My sink fell in 3 times. I had horse ants, I had sewer rats, I had mice. You could think of everything you don't want, I had in my apartment. They took me to court because they said I wasn't paying my rent. I couldn't pay my rent because I had to decide to either work, live on the street, or fix the problem myself. And I did. It cost me over $10,000. I got evicted. I lived in shelters. And if somebody tells you, go to a counselor and said, a person raised their voice or threatened, they kick you out. They don't do anything. So I moved in with a friend who turned out to be an alcoholic. So I'm now living in a motel. And in that motel, we have construction workers, we have PSWs, we have essential workers like myself. And we're paying anything from $600 to $700 a week because landlord says we can't afford the rent. Some of us are making over $2,000 and they're telling us no. So to me, this is very important that the city property manager and bylaw work together and let's get this done sooner than later because otherwise we're going to have more homelessness and people like myself as a dietary aide would be on the street any day. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Pauline, could you come on back down? Councillor Jackson has a question for you. Sorry.
No problem.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and nice to meet you, Pauline. I'm sorry under these circumstances. Thank you for sharing your personal story. Can you help me understand the $10,000 you said out of your own pocket, if you're willing to share or elaborate? I'm absolutely stunned by the fact that you had to put out $10,000 you referenced out of your own pocket. Can you help me understand the sequences and what caused that, please, through you, Chair Clark?
I lived on the first floor of this building, and underneath the heater, there was a space like 4-inch by 2-inch that anything could get in there. One time I woke up, there was a cat in my house, and I don't have a cat. And I have a dog, so I can figure where they were coming. So I kept on moving everything. I got foam. I foamed up the whole entire apartment. And then one day, a maintenance person said to me, let's look underneath the heater, and that's where we found the hole. And I went to them, and I said, I have pictures. And they're like, that's nice. Get out. My doctor also sent 2 letters asking them to move me. And instead of move me, they moved me right out the building.
I see. And so that's what caused the additional expense for you? And
yeah, it's costing me a lot of money because I had to fix underneath the heater, buy mice trap, you name it, because they would come and put a trap and I don't see them for another year.
So you were expected to repair things either yourself, humanly,
Yes.
or by your own expense account?
Yes. Actually,
Yes.
Shelley was in my apartment.
Yes.
And I needed to have shoulder surgery, and she was sitting there, and it was raining in my apartment. They came and took a picture and walked out and left me to clean up the mess.
Pauline, you're a brave woman, and thank you for sharing the additional part of your story and just a sad and disgusting display. Thanks for being here. Thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Pauline, any further questions from the committee? Thank you very much for sharing your
Thank you.
situation. Our next delegate is Damien Ash from Acorn, and it's an in-person delegation. So you'll want to pull that mic up because you're a tall fella.
Okay. Can we change the camera angle too so my hair doesn't look so thin?
You know, it never makes me look good, so no. Go ahead, Damien.
Okay, thank you. Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Damien Ash, and I'm a member of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and a former tenant in Ward 2. I am delegating today in support of the city moving forward with the Hamilton Tenant Support Program, Safe Apartment Bylaw, changes to the vital services, and we are asking the committee to look at strengthening the rent evictions license. My delegation is going to focus on the rent evictions and relocation listings license. Acorn commends the city's effort to create a Made in Hamilton anti-rent eviction bylaw. However, the proposed bylaw will not do enough to disincentivize rent eviction or ensure tenants have the best chance of maintaining their housing. The bylaw needs to be improved to better ensure that tenants understand their rights, are able to obtain temporary housing, and are able to successfully exercise their right of first refusal, are able to move back into their unit once repairs or renovations are complete. The primary value of the bylaw is that the burden of compliance, fees, and administrative requirements is great enough that it'll prevent some landlords from serving tenants with N13s in bad faith, or if they do proceed with temporary eviction for renovations, that tenants are supported to exercise their right of first refusal. For the public expense of implementing a renovation licensing system to be worthwhile, the potential benefit to the tenant must be more significant than what has been proposed. What the city has proposed is based on an interpretation of their legislative authority that we believe to be incorrect. We believe that a municipal bylaw that better serves tenants is legally possible under existing legislation. The proposed renovation license bylaw only requires landlords to attempt to provide tenants with a list of similar units. This is inadequate for preventing rent eviction, will not prevent tenants from being rendered homelessness, and does not facilitate tenants' exercise of their right of first refusal. The City of Hamilton has an opportunity with its renovation license to establish a process that ensures tenants are able to exercise their right of first refusal and know their rights. Main requirements that are missing. Requires landlord to post notices in common areas and to tenants being rent-evicted that they're applying for a license along with tenant rights and resource info. Requires landlord to provide comparable alternative accommodation or make arrangements for comparable alternative accommodation, rent top-up for the cost of a market rent unit for the duration of the renovations. Establishes a process to ensure tenants are able to move back into their unit once renovations are complete. Sets the fine for not getting a license significantly higher than the fee for getting the license. Currently, fine is significantly lower than the fee, which encourages landlords to not get a license and just pay the fine. Lower the fee and significantly raise the fine. Must be a meaningful deterrent in relation to the profits that will be realized through rent eviction. Example, Acorn is seeing buyouts $10,000 to $20,000 range, and we've even seen offers as high as $75,000. As the landlords know, they will make it back very quick. The list of 3 comparable units that is in the bylaw makes no sense to me. If there were 3 affordable units in the city for everyone being rent-evicted, we wouldn't be here today, as there would be no issue with affordable housing and encampments wouldn't be a thing. Making landlords accommodate those they would rent-evict is the key to this bylaw having an impact on rent-evictions. Landlords said in their April 2023 written communication to the committee that they are doing this to help tenants, so let's call them on their bluff. For some reason, the licensing fee is more than the fine for non-compliance. The fine for not getting a rent-eviction license should be the max fine under the law to a landlord. We want this bylaw to discourage bad faith rent-evictions and to stop the flow of people ending up homeless and in encampments, so max fine must be used. We know the city has lost 16,000 affordable units, homelessness is skyrocketing, and encampments are everywhere. The average rent is 75% of income for a minimum wage worker. There's not a single market value unit that an entire ODSP income can cover. If we want to slow any of this down, we must keep people in their homes they have now. Not only is it the right thing to do, but it is by far the cheaper option. We are hopeful that time is given to review the rent evictions and relocation licensing, listing licensing proposal and seek feedback from appropriate stakeholders to develop the strongest possible local anti-rent eviction policy. We've included our feedback on the renovations license in our submission for councillors to look at. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to try and answer any questions.
Well done, Damien.
Thank you.
Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you, sir.
Okay, great, thank you.
The next delegate is Liz Scott from Acorn, and that's an in-person delegation.
Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Liz Scott, and I am the Board Chair of Acorn's Stony Creek Chapter and tenant in Ward 5. I am delegating today to urge the committee to support strong and local policy to protect tenants from rent evictions, ensure tenants have safe and healthy homes, and increase funding and improvements to the Tenant Defense Fund. In my own personal experience, my neighbors and I at 2520 Barton and 45 Bar Lake got a first N1 notice for an AGI in 2021. We still have not been notified of a hearing. Early this year, tenants also got another N notice for an above guideline increase. At some point in the near future, my building will have to apply to the Tenant Defense Fund regarding these two AGIs. Hamilton's low and moderate income tenants deserve access to legal support to help defend their affordable rents from high rent increase. Lastly, my building did have a bylaw blitz a couple months ago because of complaints about no hot water at 45 Bar Lake. But we still don't know what bylaw staff found or what the result was. Tenants at 45 Bar Lake are still reporting no hot water frequently, and it's more frequent. It's usually at the weekends. We need annual proactive inspections to ensure landlords are following property standards and tenants know their rights. We are asking the City of Hamilton to be a leader in supporting strong local tenant protections and programs. Thank you for listening to my delegations.
Thank you, Liz. Councillors, are there any questions for Liz? Thank you for your presentation. Well done.
Thanks.
Our next speaker is Shirlene, or maybe Sherline Morris from Acorn, in-person delegation. Did I mispronounce your name?
It's pronounced Shirlene.
Shirlene, thank
Yes.
you very much.
Okay. Hello, city councilors and city staff. Wait a minute. Okay. So my name is Shirlene Morris, and I am a member of Acorn's Downtown Chapter, a full-time post-secondary student, and a tenant in Ward 2. I'm delegating here today in support of the city moving forward with the Hamilton Tenant Support Program, Safe Apartment Bylaw, with amendments, changes to the Vital Services Bylaw, and to personally suggest a student support system geared towards housing. Since there is none that I'm currently aware of, for the proposed community research table, our organization is urging the city to include member representation going forward in areas such as research and policy frameworks, among other necessary and important duties. We believe that excellent policies can solve we believe excellent policies can solve the rental affordability crisis that is contributing to homelessness and tenant issues that continue to abound. Sorry, it's really distracted me, sorry.
It's stubborn, isn't it? It just does not want to play with us.
Yeah, okay, is that better? Okay.
We can hear you, go for it.
Right, okay, sorry. So we believe that excellent policies can solve the rental affordability crisis that is contributing to homelessness and tenant issues that continue to abound and plague our city. As a full-time, mature, post-secondary student with multiple comorbidities, who also happens to be a tenant, I'm also a tenant at the same 125 Wellington, and so I'm plagued by the annual N1s, with the recent one being a 4.5% above guideline increase, right? This being forced on me. I'm also currently at risk of becoming homeless myself because I have an upcoming LTB hearing on October 26th for owing 2 months' rent. Owing this money is a direct result of out-of-touch and outdated systemic educational policies that resulted in monies being deducted from the already meager ODSP fixed income that I receive under the belief that I received a surplus due to non-educational amounts from OSAP. This money the system claimed was too much had already been spent on non-educational back-to-school supplies like clothing and other necessary items. Before that, I hadn't bought a piece of clothing for like about 5 years. All right, so I decided, okay, so I had this opportunity, I might as well get like a few more winter coats because I have health conditions, right? And so this is all about accommodation for me during winter because I have to take public transportation. Anyway, sorry. So, right, there is a rental assistant program, you might say, but policies around that are insufficient, and this can only be accessed once every 2 years and only covers up to like 2 months' rent, which means I don't qualify according to the rules or policies. The only other resource for assistance of this nature is through the Good Shepherd Stay Home program. And this is a not-for-profit, which is currently swamped with hundreds, if not thousands, of people in similar situations as I am. Not everyone will qualify for financial assistance through these programs, further escalating the issues around homelessness. Hamilton's increasingly numerous issues are directly related to current policies that are inadequate, short-sighted, and do not benefit the poor. Money alone cannot be thrown at problems. The city is currently equipped to solve the multitude of issues around housing, homelessness, and employment, yet the issue continues to expand and positions needed within the city to help solving the issues are filled with people who have lived experiences that do not reflect issues and therefore cannot seem to relate to the urgency with which solutions need to be implemented, nor do they have the motivation apparently required to ensure solutions are expeditiously carried out. I have spent my entire summer trying to find a meaningful summer job that would put me in a position to be able to help with the city's problem solving, but to no avail because of irrelevant systemic policies such as age and specific keywords in the ATS systems, right? Okay. I'm sorry, that deem me ineligible, right, that's it. And the people who are in the same positions that get paid per week or month what I get in a fixed income per year on social assistance. I hate living on social assistance, but I can't survive on a minimum wage either. These are systemic issues that contribute to social issues, that rent affordability, homelessness, and food insecurities, to name a few, that lend to these, to name a few. I became a Canadian citizen last month, and my biggest dream is to become a public servant, specializing in policy reform. This is why I'm in school pursuing a degree in political science. However, systemic barriers are real and keep preventing me from being the best human and citizen I can be. This is why I'm here today begging, pleading for people like me to have a seat at the table to show the different ways in which things can be done, what inclusivity can look like, how some problems which seem elusive can be solved with diversity of thought. I joined ACORN because their issues and demands align with mine and my dream for myself, the city, and by extension, Canada. I support their demands, especially the demand for a seat at the table in the form of committees that liaise and collaborate with the City of Hamilton. There is a lot of work to be done, and people like me, my fellow group members, are willing to do it. The city is in a state of emergency. What will it take? When will you include people who can help? Why don't you give us the opportunities we need to be able to serve our communities and country in the best ways possible? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thank you, Shirlene, and congratulations on your recent citizenship, and thank you for sharing your story with us today.
Thank you.
Our next delegate is David Galvin from ACORN, and that's an in-person delegation. Oh, sorry, I misread that. Carl Andros, Hamilton Community Benefits Network. I don't know how I could have missed you, Carl. But I did. I went right over the name. My apologies. Good to see you again, sir.
Thank you, Chair. Committee members, I am happy to stand here, not just on behalf of the Hamilton Community Benefits Network, but the 76,400 approximate households that are renters in this community. That's 34.5% of all households in the city of Hamilton are renters. And the suite of policies that are presented before you today will actually have a net benefit on them and their material housing conditions. I applaud the hard work that staff has done on the various reports that are before you. The Hamilton Tenant Support Program, which is one of the first items, HSC 23023, is a well thought out way to provide protections for tenants who are facing a suite of problems associated with renoviction, gentrification, and displacement, as well as substandard rental conditions. I would like to flag for the committee, although the budget operating ask at $1.2 million might seem high, that is less than the cost of 3 affordable housing units and will serve to benefit to keep thousands of people in their homes and thousands of people off the rolls of your housing wait list. So I would strongly encourage you to move forward with that. The updates to the property standards bylaw as well as the updates to the vital services bylaw are necessary and long overdue to tighten up some of the restrictions and some of the holes in the bylaws that we have seen firsthand, especially at 1083 Main Street East, and I would encourage you to pass those forthwith. That being said, there is the Safe Apartment Building Bylaw before you, which is a made in Hamilton version of the Rent Safe TO program, and a similar bylaw exists in Mississauga, are excellent. However, there is a couple of concerns that have been shared with this committee that I would urge you all to look at and to review very strongly in terms of that bylaw. I would also like to argue very strongly that you look at 100% cost recovery, not a 65% cost recovery model for this bylaw. In the city report, city staff incorrectly lists that the municipal services to cover 100% of this bylaw could be eligible for above guideline rent increases. However, in order to trigger an above guideline rent increase, a fee must be at least 3.2% of the person's rent. On the average City of Hamilton market rent of $13.34 a month, the fee would have to be $520 a year before it triggered an above guideline rent increase. So there is no reason why you should not be putting 100% of the cost recovery for this bylaw, not on the ratepayers, but on the apartment owners themselves. So I would strongly encourage you to look at that. In terms of it, I would also very strongly like to recommend that you send staff back to look very strongly at the other major issue that you've asked them to look at, which is the renovation, licensing, and relocation listings bylaw. I think it's a half-baked idea that is close, but doesn't provide any of the fundamental tenant supports that it should do. It's a licensing bylaw that doesn't inform tenants of any of their rights, doesn't have a duty to report to the tenants of the various services that are actually being passed by this bylaw. It is just a simple regulatory problem that won't solve the ultimate problem of rent evictions, and is, in my opinion, a far cry from the new Westminster-style bylaw that staff was asked to look at. I would also urge you, of course, to reject Appendix K, which is the staff suggestion of the new Westminster-style bylaw. That is a cut and paste from New Westminster that is not applicable for the Ontario context. It deliberately, in my opinion, contradicts the Residential Tenancies Act and is outside of the scope of municipal powers granted under the Municipal Act. So I would strongly recommend that staff need to do a little bit more work on that piece. But in total, this is a sum total of an incredible amount of work in a very short period of time that is going to provide a whole suite of protections for tenants that will make a fundamental difference to renters in this city, myself being one. The only other issue that I have is with the time frame. If you will look at the various appendices that are listed, you will notice that the time frame for implementation of these is 2025 to 2027 before we do full inspections of buildings, and that is unacceptable. That is 3 to 4 years for a bylaw that should have been passed 5 to 10 years ago to wait for that implementation. So I would urge you all very strongly to up the time frame for the implementation of the Safe Apartment bylaw and the implementation of all of these programs. Thank you very much, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Carl, for your comprehensive review and advice to us. It's always appreciated. Are there any questions from the committee to Carl? Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
Thank you, Chair Clark. And only, Carl, good to see you always. Thank you for your delegation. Only because the delegate referenced the report, may I just reference the one item in the report back to him just to get clarification, Chair Clark, please?
Yes, sir, you may.
Thank you. So it's the report about the addressing the rent evictions, Carl, 8.1, and K, is it about the 5 units or less? Can you elaborate why you're suggesting K be removed, please?
Okay, so the item in K is, in my opinion, an attempt by staff to copy and paste the new Westminster-style anti-rent eviction bylaw. Unfortunately, the municipal context between BC and Ontario are different, and the bylaw, as suggested in K, directly contradicts the Residential Tenancies Act by actually removing the right of a landlord to issue an N13, and I think that's far outside of the municipal scope of powers to do, rather than complementing the Residential Tenancy Act that does provide some protection against rent eviction and the right to return. I think it directly contradicts that act.
Okay, I've circled that then for a comment later on from staff then, Chair Clark. Thanks for the elaboration, Carl.
Carl, thank you for picking up on that. The next speaker is Councillor Alex Wilson. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I think this will be really fast. Sorry, your concern was in report 8.2, which talked about the renovations bylaw. Just there was I think a misconnection there, so just clarifying that your concern was with the renovations bylaw.
Correct.
And that is named in K 8.2, which may be a different K.
Appendix D and Appendix K to report PED 23072.
Perfect. That's all. Thank you.
That was very helpful because I was trying to find it. Thank you very much. Any further questions of Carl? Seeing none, thank you again. David Galvin, I had a false start earlier. You're up next. Feel free to pull that microphone up because you're another tall fella.
Oh, so I lift it up?
Yeah, there.
How's that?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm going to start my stopwatch here if you don't mind, so.
By all means.
I don't want to go over.
Don't trust me, eh?
No, but I need to keep an eye on the time. I trust you guys completely.
I'm just teasing.
Okay. So good afternoon, everybody. I feel like I'm among old friends here. Good afternoon, councillor, staff, and everybody. I'm honored to be here, and it's great that I can be heard. Special thanks to staff for the amazing amount of work they did in such short order to craft the potential new bylaw regime before us today. I was born in Hamilton. My father lied about his age to join the Army in World War II, fought in the front lines as a scout/sniper. He came back damaged and alcoholic, and a few months before my second birthday, he was arrested for public intoxication and hanged himself in a Hamilton jail cell. It was one of the benchmark events in my family's steady slide to the bottom rung of the socioeconomic ladder, or I've come back to today, I'm afraid. We spent many years on social assistance, which back in those days was an even more horrible experience than it is today. And that's where my social justice sensibilities were actually formed. But I did go to university. I worked in IT for about 20 years. I lived in Waterloo with a wonderful woman who died in 2002. And here's the ironic thing. I acquired property and became a landlord myself. I don't think I made a penny from landlording because every time my tenants asked me for something, I gave them more than what they asked for. I lost everything to a serious gambling addiction until literally I was walking around the streets with not enough money to my name for a cup of coffee. When I returned to Hamilton in 2004, I had just enough money left. My situation was desperate and I was on the verge of homelessness. I applied for the first apartment listing I found in the Hamilton Spectator. And yeah, I know it's incredible today, but they still had apartment listings in the Spectator in 2004. I was accepted by 1083's slumlord of the day, Gus Mahalis, later labeled by the same Spectator as Hamilton's rogue landlord. But I was lucky, and Gus was happy to take anybody who could pay the first month's and half of the last month's rent. So I do want to say right here that Gus Mahalis, his brother Phil, and 1083 Main Street East saved me from homelessness. And, you know, I love the place. I've lived in it ever since. There were 9 occupied units at 1083 on December 28th when the water was shut off. We're down to 6 now. 2, including myself, still await eviction hearings at the LTB. Major renovations are proceeding. And it's not in my notes, but I'm just going to take the time to say that over the years I've been there, as we passed from one slumlord to another, the building underwent either willfully or incidentally a process of reverse gentrification, similar to what was pioneered by Donald Trump in New York City in the 1980s, where a building just becomes so wretched and so awful that decent people don't want to live there, and landlords can then snap those buildings up, rehabilitate them, and charge a whole lot more for rent, which is why I endorse the bylaws that will now provide landlord inspections. Forgive me, I didn't read all the details of all of this stuff.
You're doing fine, David.
So I applaud the changes to the property standards bylaw and the vital services bylaw, but I do want to point out that those bylaws existed. That bylaw regime gave the city the power to act in the case of 1083 without further laws being passed. we actually dodged a large caliber bullet in the sense that by invoking the property standards bylaw, the landlord was allowed a full suite of appeals and could actually have appealed the decision of the board, the decision of the city to Superior Court, and then presumably from that to Divisional Court, and from there even the Ontario Court of Appeal. So the path that was followed to get the the landlord to restore water could have led us to actually going years, literally years without water. That's about all I want to say. Rushing like crazy here. But the point I wanted to make is that it's not just the laws that are on paper, it's the will of staff to enforce those laws that are critical. And I don't know how we can legislate that. Thank you all for hearing me, and sorry if I'm a bit rushed.
Thank you, David. You did very well. And thank you for sharing a glimpse into your past life. That was very kind of you. Councillor Nan, you have questions for David, please?
I do. Thank you through you, Chair. Thank you, David. Nice to see you again. Just a quick question from your perspective, if you don't mind sharing. In terms of what is before us today, how would that have shifted the experience of yourself and your neighbors at 1083?
In terms of the bylaws?
Yeah.
There are essential changes that have been made to the bylaws, and I support that. They're great. But once again, a law on paper is only a law on paper. It has to be enforced. So that staff currently still has the same ability to choose not to enforce a particular bylaw and go with another one that may be more beneficial to the landlord than the tenants. So what I'm trying to get at is that the reason I told a bit of my story was so that people could understand that we tenants are human beings, not just, kind of modern day Luddites standing in the way of inevitable progress, and that when you make these decisions, try to take into account the implications for the essential humanity of the individuals that are being put on the spot. Well,
thank you.
It's not exactly the way I wanted to say it, but
very clearly articulated, David. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions for David? Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you.
The next person is Shelby Komarniski from Acorn. It's an in-person delegation, and I understand they have a video that'll be playing in the background. Come on down, please. Take your time.
I do have a video. How do I? It's on there? Oh, okay, perfect. Awesome. Okay. So I guess we can press play on the video. Yeah? Okay. Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Shelby, and I'm a member of Acorn Mountain Chapter, a tenant in Ward 6. Excuse me, I do apologize. There's supposed to be volume on that, just slight volume, if possible.
Can we do that?
Thank you so much. If I could start it again, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Kind of like jazz music there.
Said it. Hello, city staff and city councilors. My name is Shelby, and I'm a member of Acorn Mountain Chapter, a tenant in Ward 6. I've lived in this area, specifically at 1170 Fennel, for 22 years. I moved here when I was just 10 years old, and I've watched the neighborhood continue to grow over the years, now raising 2 children of my own in this same building. When you look at this picture, you must think, wow, such a nice building. Quite honestly, when I look at 1170, I'm reminded of that saying, you don't know what happens behind closed doors. It's becoming more apparent landlords like mine depend on that, taking advantage of the vulnerable. I've seen this firsthand, being the lead at 1170 for our fight against one of the many, which now appear to be yearly AGIs since CLV Interrent took over in 2019. My main issue was that the way me and my children are living. I've had a leak for more than 7 years where water is constantly downpouring from the light in the ceiling in my hallway. Every time it rained or the snow melted, I was in constant fear of what could happen if my children accidentally turned on the light. 49 of 63 units are affected by these consistent AGIs and inhumane living conditions. These people are like my family. Here for so long, they've watched me grow up, and now are watching my children grow up. A lot for decades, some here since the building was built in the 70s. These people not knowing their basic rights, fearing repercussions of the landlords, or ones like me who are just plain exhausted for constantly having to fight for our basic human rights. Issues include, but not limited to, no on-site landlords for people who don't know how to, can't, or don't want to use the online portal or 1-800 numbers. It's created a mass number of unnecessary barriers and inconveniences for people. The rotting countertops, cupboards, pests of all kinds from cockroaches and bed bugs to mice and rats, floors missing, cutting feet or giving splinters, no ventilation in our bathroom, leaks, toxic mold, floods from old pipes and renos, constant water shutoffs, no cold water in our bathrooms, and tenants wrongfully advised to pay their outstanding rent balance, which is really the AGI amount. The list does go on, but I might run out of time. The water issues in general are I strongly believe, are from consistent renovations to the new units, installations of dishwashers and washers and dryers in those new units, the aged piping system and the inadequate maintenance for decades. It's a miracle something catastrophic hasn't happened throughout the entirety of the building. Yet I can't say that for a few of our tenants who have had knee-high water floods in their home. Given a mop bucket, left to clean it, told contact insurance, losing irreplaceable items, completely devastated, and to be treated so nonchalantly. I can't even begin to discuss my uncle's hardship, who prior to having open heart surgery.
In every province west of Quebec, the average number of hours at minimum wage required to make rent.
Okay, so, sorry, thank you. Sorry. My uncle, who had just is recovering from open heart surgery, finds black mold in his apartment. He followed all the proper steps, contacting the city, bylaw, etc. He paid $400 out of pocket, being on ODSP at the time. Still not reimbursed. It wasn't until I made the front page of the Hamilton Spectator that our submission to fight the AGIs, that our issues started being addressed. And I say that lightly because their definition of repairs is what most would call quite questionable. I stand here today wondering how there is such a mishap, or gap if you will, in our system that we've allowed this to happen. When did our city motto become prioritize profit over housing? We are human beings, we deserve our rights to be taken seriously, and these landlords need to be held accountable. Let's be real, they're the ones that can afford it. I'm here today to stand with my fellow friends and allies in Acorn to fight a fight worth fighting, because quite honestly, I fear the future for my children, and I know I have a lot amount of time, so I will leave you with the rest of this video.
Can we turn up the volume?
Wait. If the minimum wage that you make for working 40 hours in a week isn't enough to pay for rent, groceries, and the basic necessities of life, then why aren't we raising the minimum wage? Why are we requiring people to work more than 100 hours a week in Vancouver, Toronto, Kelowna, Victoria, Ottawa, Halifax, and Calgary in order to have a place to live? This is the sign of a country that is not prioritizing housing. It is prioritizing profiting off of housing. So we're not going to build affordable housing. We're not going to raise wages. So where are people supposed to go? There is no plan to help people. And until there is, this is only going to get worse.
Would you care to introduce your associate?
This is my daughter, Mila.
Hi, Mila.
Teaching her the roads.
You should be very proud. Councillor Tom Jackson, you have questions, please.
Thanks, Chair Clark, and Shelby, thanks for coming in. I would agree with you that from the roadway of Fennel, the building looks lovely, modern, and beautiful. I've had some difficulty myself connecting with the landlord. That seems very distant. And I deeply apologize. Acorn had invited me on the Saturday, June 24th, to a meeting, and I was at Georgetown for the 100th anniversary commemoration of my father, who was an Armenian orphan survivor from the genocide. So deepest apologies, but Olivia O'Connor keeps in touch with my office, and what I commit to do, Chair Clark, after today is meet with yourself, some of the other tenants, and especially with the Acorn organization, and let's see what we can do to put some pressure upon this landlord. Really appreciate your bravery of coming in today. And people may say on the East Mountain, is this even possible? Well, as we know, it's possible across the whole city. So to you and your daughter, Mila, thanks for coming in. And through the Acorn leadership, we'll set up another meeting. Thank you, Shelby. Okay, thanks, Chair Clark.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Any further questions of our delegates? Seeing none, thank you, Shelby. Thank you, Mila. The next one is Mirima. I'm going to slaughter it, so can you say it for me?
Yes, yes, I can. Don't worry, Councillor. It's Marima, and my last name is Menzelczyk.
Thank you very much, Marima. Please proceed.
Of course. Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Marima. I'm here today on behalf of the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic to speak to the Tenant Defense Fund and some other agenda items that are noted for today's meeting, including the expansion of the Rent Safe program and the rent evictions bylaw. I will focus most of my commentary today directed towards the Tenant Defense Fund, but I echo our allies' concerns and expansions of the Rent Safe program and the rent evictions bylaw. The expansion of the Tenant Defense Fund to encompass N12s, N13s, T5s, and T6s beyond its initial mandate to supporting tenants impacted by above guideline rent increases is a welcome acknowledgement of the ongoing changes impacting some of the most vulnerable tenants across the city. The expansion of the fund to target different modes of displacement is an essential understanding of the ways in which the housing crisis has changed and continues to change. As it's expanded, the tools for displacement have also expanded and become responsive to growing incentives for developers, large landlords, and the financialized process which continues to target residential housing. Legal applications, like eviction applications, are only one element of displacement. At the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, we understand that legal interventions are not just limited to procedures or applying case law to facts, but that the legal issues in our practice areas are deeply interconnected with social issues, and so our legal arguments have to reflect community knowledge, pushback, and community integrated ways of coming to solutions for these issues. I'm actually sitting today in one of our outreach sites here in partnership with St. Matthew's House. And on outreach, I engage with clients who may not otherwise reach out to our legal clinic when they're experiencing legal issues. We work proactively to help identify legal issues within the community, and through our community partnerships, we get ahead of those issues. What we're finding, especially at our outreach sites, but certainly through the intake calls that come to our clinic, is that legal issues are not isolated to individual tenants anymore, or even really buildings. They come across, they're very collectively experienced, as many of the delegates have expressed today. And so given the difficulties in securing and remaining housed affordably in this city, it's imperative to address issues in a collective way. And so we welcome the expansion of the fund to enable collective buildings to address these collective issues, complementing the reality of displacement on the ground. In my time that's limited left, I just want to briefly touch on the limitations of the law. I'd be remiss to not do that as a representative from the legal clinic. So from my vantage point, relying on the Landlord-Tenant Board to defend, protect, and ensure housing stability is not the stopgap that many of us would like it to be. While the Tenant Defense Fund's expansion will allow for more effective legal defense, it can't replace municipal oversight. And I welcome that municipal oversight through the Rent Safe program and what I hope is going to be a very effective rent evictions bylaw. On average, councillors, waiting times for tenant applications can range anywhere between 8 to 15 months, and we're seeing them on the 15th mark time now. And eviction applications regarding N12s and N13s have long waiting periods too, so ranging anywhere between 6 to 10 months up to a year. In the meantime, tenants are facing this pressure. That's been described by some of the delegates today. Those are the issues we deal with when we're on outreach. And a lot of my outreach, including the work that my colleagues do back at the clinic, is trying to find solutions for tenants while they are dealing with displacement happening right now. We echo our allies' expansions and concerns about the current makeup of these bylaws and really hope to collaboratively work with our allies in the city to ensure these protections truly work in sidestep with the legal work that we will be doing through the expansion of the funding. And again, I'm at an outreach site, so if there's some families moving through, I apologize for that.
Don't worry about it.
We also hope that through the work of our office, there will be an increased relationship and exchanging information about the enforcement of the Vital Services Bylaw, Safe Apartment Bylaw, and Property Standards Bylaw. These are key interventions that are necessary to prepare effective tenant applications, but also, as I'd mentioned, those immediate supports that can be put in place for tenants facing the brunt of displacement and disrepair in the community while they're awaiting their time before the Landlord-Tenant Board. As many of the delegates had mentioned today, if there is an ineffective enforcement under these bylaws, the impact to tenants is compounded on the ground, but so is the evidence that can be integrated within these applications. And finally, I just want to make a note that these issues are interconnected with social assistance rates, which I appreciate are not within the scope of council. But subsidy rates remain unchanged and rent arrears prevent tenants from accessing rapid rehousing programs. And inhumane and unsafe conditions as a result of disrepair. These are also key pieces to displacement currently happening in our city and pieces that the city could try to address and that our clinic simply can't house or staff. So with the additional budget lines dedicated to the City of Hamilton on the Tenant Defense Fund project, there's an earmarked amount for individuals coming into the city to help structure this project from the city's end. We hope that some of this funding can be revisited to include funding for increasing subsidies, building up subsidies, the expansion of a rent arrears bank, as one of the delegates had earlier mentioned, the impact of being unable to access that bank effectively. Puts our housing at risk. And we're hoping that some of this funding could also be used to reinvest into the housing stability benefit, which used to include bed bug protectors, new mattresses, replacements for items that that impact tenants, that are financial cost to tenants, and are a result of a landlord not repairing and not maintaining the property. A fund that may be dedicated to keeping tenants housed would complement the Rent Safe project and ensure those tenants that are not captured by the mandate of the Tenant Defense Fund portfolio are also reflected in the city's next steps forward. That's the conclusion of my brief commentary. I apologize if I've gone over, but I'm open to any questions and any further clarification if needed.
Thank you very much. You're well within the time. Councillor Alex Wilson, you had questions, please.
Hey, Marima. Thank you so much for coming today and for delegating. And I just want to clarify a couple of the comments that you said so I can understand. That last point that you were making about the Tenant Defense Fund, 8.1 for folks in the reporting following that. What I heard was happy about the pieces that are there, but more investment is needed in tenant defense actual support. So whether that's for rent arrear banks, pieces like that. Was I hearing you right? And have there been any numbers talked about or sense of what is actually the need there? Or is it just more is always going to be helpful? Has there been some sense of what is the need?
Thank you, Councillor Marima.
Thank you, through the chair. So my understanding is that the fund has really been expanded to address N12s, N13s, T5s, T6s, and EGIs. So to really increase to give a more streamlined approach through allocating some of these funds to the legal clinic so we can streamline the legal resources for tenants. My comments about rent subsidies, rent arrears, a rent arrears bank, and expanding the housing stability benefit to include some additional supports for tenants really comes out of a recognition that over time, as tenants become displaced, for example, because we can't neglect the fact that displacement has been ongoing, and while these changes are really welcome now, many tenants I speak to are also on their second or third N12 or N13, or their second or third AGI. And so the cost to them has really increased, and they're finding it difficult in moments when they get those orders to be able to meet the above guideline rent increase top-up that's required, for example. So if something like that could be integrated into this program, I think that would be effective. And the second piece that comes from that is when a tenant is in arrears, if those arrears can't be resolved, then that tenant is ineligible for some of the rapid rehousing projects that do exist in the city and to be added to the wait list, which I think further entrenches the risk of that individual tenant becoming unhoused and becoming homeless. And so I raise that because an N12 and an N13 are one form of displacement that can come in or kind of in sidestep with N4s and N8s, which address arrears. And so if we're thinking about the financial impact on tenants right now, as a result of displacement that's been ongoing for months and years on end, then something within the scope of council or to investigate, to look into, should also turn its mind to helping those tenants address maybe those one-time costs that are associated with AGIs, for example, or longer-term costs that may resolve arrears, that may lessen the likelihood that somebody is going to end up unhoused or accessing the shelter system by stopgapping their ability to access rapid rehousing because of the arrears.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I really appreciate that clarification. I want to come back to this idea of the gap between where we are today and where we need to be. But before I do, I think another point that I just want to kind of seek clarification on from your original delegation was there's a deep value in sharing data so what I heard was there's a deep value in sharing data about where enforcement is occurring, when there have been violations of these bylaws or standards with the community legal clinic and tenants who are doing this tenant defense work, as it has a direct material impact on their standing in these hearings. What is so seeking confirmation that I heard you correctly, and then what does that current information exchange look like today?
Right. So when a tenant is, for example, in a tenant application, when the tenant is putting forward that application, the onus is on that tenant to have all of the information that they intend on relying on at that hearing presented and ready for the board. And what I've noticed sometimes is tenants have put in, for example, several calls to property standards, and they're trying to go back in time, remember when they put in those calls, remember what the response was. And when they will call the city back, it's been a mixed result. Some tenants will have someone at bylaw provide them with the information for when those calls happened. Other tenants have been told that they need to submit a Freedom of Information request form to be able to get access to when bylaw requests were put in and what order was drafted when that order was drafted. And so in the meantime, we're trying to assist tenants. There is it's almost a year-long wait for a hearing. So there's work that we can do in the interim to get that information, but it's incredibly helpful and to have that information at the outset when helping tenants draft that application. But also, I don't want tenants to be in a position where they're going to a hearing, missing information that the onus is on the tenant to write it down. And I think if the bylaw department, for example, if we have all of these increased bylaw protections through the Vital Services bylaw, which are welcomed, and through the Rent Save program, then there ought to be a mechanism where tenants can see that information readily, quickly, and be able to integrate that into their tenant applications. And so on the piece about evictions, those are obviously not getting, those are not at the tenant needs to come prepared with the evidence they intend on relying on to defend their housing. And so those, when a hearing is scheduled, we have anywhere between 2 to 6 weeks to prepare submissions on those hearings. And it would be incredibly helpful to have that information readily available, quickly available, so that we're not dedicating resources to trying to contact bylaw, putting the onus on a client who's very, very stressed out at the risk of losing their housing, and the figures and coming out of the board that many of these tenants have a serious risk of losing their housing. It just lessens the stress on the tenant to get access to that information. And so the hope would just be that that information be readily available and easier on exchange, since the Tenant Defense Fund through the Legal Clinic will be assisting with the legal services, but there is some funding earmarked here in the report for additional staff within the city of Hamilton. So just to ensure that those channels of communication exist, but also that those channels of communication exist with tenant organizers who are trying to get a sense of what's occurring on the ground in real time as displacement tactics are unfolding.
Councillor?
Thank you, and through you, Chair, I'm really grateful, Marima, for these two very tangible kind of threads about the gaps between where we are today and where we could be or where we may need to be given the emergency in front of us. One of the things that you said is that displacement's been going on for years, and so we're dealing with the consequences, not just today's displacement, not just today's evictions, but a backlog of evictions, folks who have had this happen multiple times to them within just even a couple of years, and all of the pressures, the trauma, even the administrative penalties that stack up, like you were saying, rent arrears cause all these different complaints. We heard from delegates today about how these things can stick with you and carry on. I guess, given that you've read the reports today, you've read the ACORN submission, some of the other submissions as well. We have some policies that are coming in, like the safe apartment building bylaw right now, later. Whether that gets accelerated or not, it's not tomorrow. And then there's these conversations about the Tenants Defense Fund, which will be a little bit faster, providing a bit more of an emergency response, but still not hearing there. So I guess, well, I'm hearing from lots of folks today, these are all welcome changes, these are all steps in the right direction. Also hearing quite clearly more steps are needed. What are some of those secondary, tertiary steps, in your opinion, from the legal clinic, and where would you like to see future work?
So I'm also happy to more robustly engage in this conversation moving forward. But some of the initial proposals are in conversation with tenants at some of our outreach sites and some of the buildings that we're supporting, and the delegations I heard today are additional top-ups to subsidies, which would address kind of the current situation within different RGI housing and social housing, really an arrears bank that may address, with employment precarity, social assistance precarity. I know these are all issues that may be outside the scope of council to address, but once a tenant falls into arrears, having some clear idea at the landlord-tenant board about what that tenant can afford to pay back and when they can make those payments back is necessary to keep that tenancy viable. And so if there's a rent bank that offers arrears where a tenant can call the bank, get clarity on what can be offered, and it doesn't include some of those barriers like a 2-year waiting period or like overly strict caps, that would help the tenant also prepare properly for their hearing and describe to an adjudicator that they're able to keep their tenancy viable and have access to these funds and supports in a readily available way. Something that we see at the board at times is tenants coming into a hearing and saying, I'm going to do my best to call a rent bank. I'll do my best to reach out and get credit from Cash Money or from, these shark loan agencies. They fall further into arrears, fall further into debt, and then are really barred in a horrific way, in a social way, from being able to access rapid rehousing. And the third piece, Councillor, I appreciate I've been talking for long and I'm not as concise as I'd like to be, but the third piece is really, it's my understanding that the Housing Stability Fund, for example, used to cover bedbug mattress protectors, used to reimburse actually mattresses where bed bugs had been an issue for tenants. And because we understand that pest control is also a way in which disrepair is used to push tenants out, to create conditions so egregious that someone feels the need to move even if they can't financially afford it. Having some funding earmarked for that so that tenants are able to access those funds again, that's made available to them, I think would go complement the work that is being done in these bylaws that is very necessary and very needed.
Councillor?
Yeah, thank you. Chair, I really appreciate the clarity there, and I think that's something that we as a committee, just anticipating ahead of the conversation, are going to have to talk about, that gap between what they're doing the right thing and responding to the crisis in front of us. Just one last question for the delegate. Thank you so much, Marima. Getting into the anti-renovictions bylaw, I believe it's on page 5 of the ACORN submission. Understanding separate organizations, this isn't your submission, but it says, a line here is, we believe that a municipal bylaw that better serves tenants is legally possible under existing legislation. If you were to have a possibilities-oriented conversation with us about an anti-renoviction bylaw, what are some messages you'd want to pass on to council regarding what is possible, legally possible under existing legislation when it comes to renovations and renovictions?
Yes. So I will say that I think that conversation, in order to be able to answer very thoughtfully we would need some time to go back and think through. I have, to be very transparent with you, have thought about a rent evictions bylaw since Olivia and I had conversations about this back in 2019. I can't see Olivia, I'm on virtually, but I've been thinking about what a rent evictions bylaw looks like and how it engages the Residential Tenancies Act. And because I'm here on behalf of the legal clinic, I'd like to do some due diligence before I provide those recommendations. But I certainly echo some of the comments that have been made by our allies today. Both Carl has made some outstanding comments, and so has Acorn. And so we're more than happy to engage in that conversation, knowing that the bylaw that's currently drafted, I think, is getting there. It's very close, but there's some other recommendations or work that could be done, and we could certainly plug into those conversations.
Your caution is prudent. Councillor, anything else?
Just deep gratitude. Thank you so much, Marima, for coming and delegating today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any further speakers? Seeing none, thank you so much for your presentation. It was very thoughtful.
Thank you very much, and I apologize again for any background noise. I appreciate it.
I have 4 granddaughters at home. That was quiet. Next delegate is Tom Cooper, Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction.
Thank you, Chair. Good to be here. Tom Cooper, Director of the Hamilton Roundtable for Poverty Reduction, and I have absolutely nothing of consequence to add to the outstanding presentations that you've already heard today, both from Acorn and Hamilton Community Legal Clinic, Carl and others. I guess if there's anything I would like to add perspective to from the Roundtable, it's really looking at these new proposals as really a bold step forward. And it reminds me a lot of the work we did with the department trying to tackle predatory payday lending a few years ago. And as you'll recall, City of Hamilton became the first municipality in Canada to license these predatory lenders, and it really has made a difference, I think. And taking some of these bold steps, we've seen the number of payday loan outlets that do really attack the most vulnerable in our society. We've seen the number of them reduced, particularly in the downtown core, because of some of these bold actions that have been taken. So if we bring this back to the issue of looking at the vulnerability of rental housing in Hamilton, the situation is absolutely clear. We've seen, and this is according to the Hamilton Spectator just last week, a report from rentals.ca has indicated that one-bedroom apartments, rents for one-bedroom apartments have risen by 17% between 2022 and 2023. We know more and more tenants are being displaced by the commodification of housing. And because of discussions earlier this week, we know how that is impacting our community as well. And so we must make every effort we can as a city to try to prevent evictions. And that's why I'm so pleased to see the outstanding work that both the city and Acorn and community partners have put in to these proposals, because I really do think they can make a difference. We know protecting tenants and protecting the right to housing is the right thing to do, but it's also the fiscally responsible thing to do. It is far more cost effective to keep somebody in affordable housing than to deal with homelessness once it has become a reality. And that's because, yeah, it's absolutely true. Preventing homelessness at the early stage is more cost effective than trying to support individuals once they have lost their homes and are facing the challenges of finding shelter, medical care, social services. We know it reduces pressure on our shelter system, which we all know is overburdened and at the point of breaking. It will result in savings to our healthcare system. Eviction prevention programs also keep individuals in stable housing, contributes to the better overall outcomes of communities as well. We know social services are far more effective for people who are housed. And we know preventing homelessness reduces the demand on essential social services. But let's just consider some actual costs, and this comes from the Canadian Observatory on Homelessness. The costs for keeping one person in an emergency shelter for one night is almost $100. And so if you add up the numbers, even taking it monthly, that's $3,000 a month for a person to have a critical and essential supports at a shelter. But how could that money be better redistributed in terms of keeping people housed? And what would the outcomes be for that individual as well as for society and for taxpayers? The other piece to this, and it's not always brought up, but it is a critical piece to the discussion, is the displacement of children from their schools. And when kids' families are evicted, they often have to change schools, and that's having a terrible impact it's having a terrible disruption on their education over the long term, and there's huge societal costs to that too. So just in wrapping up, I certainly commend everybody who's had a role in putting this together. I think it will provide a lot of direction in terms of how we can move forward as a community in a collaborative manner. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any questions for Tom? Thank you, Tom, very much for your presentation. The last in-person speaker is Jennifer McGrath from Acorn.
Good afternoon. Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Jen McGrath. I'm a member of Acorn's Downtown Chapter and tenant in Ward 2. I am going to share about my experience with rent-eviction in Hamilton. I live at 20 Duke Street. In October 2021, the building was sold to new owners. Since the sale, units were left empty after tenants vacated and repairs and building maintenance and pest control stopped. We have had no repairs or pest control in 2 years. By spring 2023, the building was mostly vacant with only a few tenants remaining. There were 4 tenants a couple of months ago and now only 2. Tactics started escalating in May of this year. Major renovation work began without permits. All vacant units currently sit gutted. The property manager started approaching tenants with low buyout offers. Multiple times over the past few months, our hot water has been turned off for days, our internet cut, and heat turned on. There has also been floods and leaks into our units. What we have done, got a work stoppage on the renovations until the permits were approved, held tenant meetings to make sure all tenants knew their rights. I have been living in this building for almost 24 years. At first, everything was maintained. We kept the place clean, free of pests, and repairs were made. Now, years later, we are in a severe crisis. There are no repairs being done. We have a cockroach infestation. Majority of the units are empty. We have damaged mailboxes in the front lobby, and until recently, it was covered in garbage. We had laundry machines, but they had them removed. There is damage on the stairs and wires all over the place. We haven't had a working buzzer code system in over 10 years. We notified the new landlord of these issues, and we were ignored. We tenants need to fight back. All they want to do is make sure we move out so they can renovate and double the rent. Last month, the property manager came for an inspection of my unit and said that I would be receiving a notice to move out and that I could move back in 12 to 18 months, but that the rent would be higher. He also gave misleading information saying the city was decommissioning the building and that they would be applying to the city for a rent increase. We deserve the right to have and live in healthy conditions. We deserve to have respect and take back our homes that we have been living in for years. Right now, I am on ODSP. I make $1,200 a month on ODSP, and it is not enough. Due to the high cost of living and surviving, people like us should not have to choose between food and rent. Either we pay rent and starve or eat and be homeless. I am scared of being homeless. This has really taken a toll on my well-being. I just want the landlord to be held responsible for their actions. We are tenants, not profits. As of this month, me and my neighbor were given N13s. We have applied to the Tenant Defense Fund. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Thank you, Jennifer. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much. You did very well.
You're very welcome.
Okay, councillors, we are now moving to pre-recorded videos. We have about 40 minutes worth of them, and then after that we'll receive all of the delegations, including the virtual delegations, and I think then we should probably take a nature break if the committee is desirous of that. So the first first video is Marnie Shooter from Acorn.
3. Hello, City Councilors and staff. My name is Marnie Schurter. I am co-chair of the Hamilton Mountain Chapter Acorn. I am a tenant of Ward 7. I am delegating today in support of the city moving forward with the Hamilton Tenant Support Program. Safe apartment bylaw changes in the vital services, and we are asking the committee to look at strengthening the renovations license. My delegation is going to focus on the Tenant Defense Fund. Acorn applauds and strongly supports the Hamilton Tenant Defense Fund recommendations. $150,000 added to the current tenant defense program, $290,000 to Hamilton Community Legal Clinic programs to cover N12s, N13s, AGIs, T5s, and T6s. $5,500 to Acorn for a proactive tenant rights outreach program. $100,000 to create promotional material and advertising. The Tenant Defense Fund has been a critical city program to ensure tenants facing AGIs and N13s can secure legal representation. As documented in the staff report, the program has been successful in supporting tenants seeking to maintain their tenancy and successfully file to reduce AGIs. Acorn advocated for increased funding to the program, expansion of issues covered, and transition to a version similar to the Toronto Tenant Support Program because difficulty in finding paralegals not only represent tenant cases, but have the expertise and understanding of tenant issues. The current program does not provide tenants with a list of legal services to pursue. Increasing community need. It is well documented that the use of N12s, AGIs, and N13s have skyrocketed in use over the years. The city's own report states that 132 N13s were filed in 2023, and the number is 6 in 2012. For need for support in tenant outreach and support to tenant defense tenant groups. The current programs had one City of Hamilton staff coordinator to screen applications, but no program capacity for supporting tenants, organize meetings, collect evidence, assist vulnerable tenants to participate. With council support, Acorn looks forward to developing and implementing a new project for the organization to do proactive tenant rights outreach to inform tenants of their rights and share relevant city programs and information. Our organization also strongly supports the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic taking over the Tenant Defense Program to provide legal services. The clinic has a decade-plus experience working with Hamilton tenants and has a deep understanding of what is at stake when tenants receive no-fault eviction notices, high rent increases, and struggle with substandard housing conditions. Acorn has worked closely with the clinic over the years and believe they are best positioned in the city to provide professional and high-quality representation to the low and moderate income tenants who seek out the program. Acorn has organized and supported tenants at 12 apartment buildings and one house since April 2021 to access the Tenant Defense Fund to fight rent evictions. At these buildings, we held tenant meetings, found paralegals, and ensured that all tenants in the building got involved. Also, since 2021, we have organized and supported tenants of 4 apartment buildings to challenge above guideline increases. We're counting on Council support to improve the City of Hamilton's Tenants Defense Fund program. Thank you for listening.
The next video will be Elizabeth McMicking.
2, 1, go.
Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Elizabeth McMicking, and I'm a member of the Stony Creek Acorn and a tenant of Ward 5. I am delegating today to urge the committee to support strong local action to protect tenants from rent evictions, ensure tenants have safer, healthy homes, and changes to the Tenant Defense Fund. In my own personal experience, I have dealt with serious health and safety concerns in my home, 45 Bar Lake Ave. The underground parking is flooded, the balconies are unsafe to use. There was recently an electrical fire in the building, and all of these issues are the result of neglect. This has not stopped our landlord from issuing AGIs and still refusing to do the needed repairs that would make this building safe. Tenants deserve bold action from our councilors to keep Hamilton's affordable housing safe and healthy.
Our next video is from Kristen Jewers.
Hello, City Councilors and City staff. My name is Kristen Jewers, and I am a tenant in Ward 3 at 7 Grosvenor Ave South, Unit E, near Main and Ottawa. I am delegating today to support Acorn in their ask to the committee to vote for strong local policy in protecting tenants from rent eviction, strengthening the Tenant Defense Fund, and ensuring tenants have safe and healthy homes. We received our first N13 back in 2021. And since then, we have been subjected to all sorts of bullying, harassment, pressure tactics, and lack of basic human rights. Owners instigating physical fights with senior citizens, daily knocking on our doors, offering us various assortments of money. We still refuse to budge. Those who did take the offer never received a cent. When our first N13 expired, our landlord decided to sell the building. But prior to selling the building, the landlord decided to do one of the repairs that he claimed he needed vacant units for, which was replacing the windows. Then came winter. We were left for 9 days without heat in December of 2021, yet we still refused to leave. We, the tenants, were left in limbo, worried about when they were going to try and kick us out again. Still being subjected to harassment, just not as intense. The current landlord who bought our property, every time we saw him, reassured us that he wasn't going to proceed with an eviction. He lied. Since he bought our building, we have been subjected to even more lack of basic human rights. They refused to turn on the heat in the winter of 2022. I ended up having to climb down and lay on the floor and light the boiler myself because we couldn't take it anymore. Any maintenance requests have gone ignored, and they still are to this day. We have been subjected to various assortments of men in and out of our building, renovating the units around us, yelling, screaming, banging, drilling through vacant units and into occupied units. We dealt with it because, again, we cannot afford to move. In May of 2023, we received notice that we were being transferred to Grow Property Management, which is affiliated with our landlord, Dylan Suter. The representative came around to meet us all, said that the landlord will probably be filing an N13 again. June of 2023, we received a letter stuck in our door frames, giving us 5 days to accept $15,000, or they will be filing the N13. No one in the building accepted because $15,000 will not last long in today's market, and we would be back at square one as soon as it runs out. In the beginning of July, we all received a package in the mail with our N13s and a check for 3 months' rent. Feels like they didn't even give us the opportunity for first right of refusal. Everyone is terrified. We are all senior citizens or living with disabilities. We are all low income. We will be homeless if our landlord succeeds in his plans to evict us. Just to put a coat of paint, a dishwasher, and a unit that we are perfectly content living in as they are. With the way the market is going, we will be intense. We are all good standing citizens who are just trying to survive. We cannot afford market rents, not even a room anymore. This will be the second time our building is applying for the Tenant Defense Fund, which is a vital program which aids low-income tenants, and we are very grateful it's available. But we need to put more restrictions on landlords to disincentivize rent-evictions in the first place, and to uphold landlords to a standard for maintaining their properties. There is absolutely no reason why any of what my landlord is claiming he needs vacant units for cannot be done while we maintain our homes. Considering he has already started renting out the renovated units, why is it we have to leave? Our building is completely livable, aside from neglecting of the basic repairs and maintenance for long-term tenants. All he wants to do is kick us out so he can increase the price of our units, meanwhile making us homeless in the process. It is sad how the housing market is getting. It is even more sad that housing is seeming less of a human right these days. We are not our money. We are humans. We don't ask for much, just a roof over our heads. Housing is a human right, and I hope something changes soon. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
Our next video is Ginger Knight from Acorn.
Hello, my name is Ginger Knight, and I'm a member of Acorn Hamilton, Chapter 1, Ward 3. I'm a tenant in Ward 3, and I'm delegating today about me and my neighbors facing eviction because of demo eviction. We received this eviction, the N13, the end of May, to be out by September 30th. I've been here 20 plus years. My other two neighbors, one has been here plus 10 years, and the other one are 17 years around. And we're like a big family. We look out for each other. We help each other. We have a big footprint in our neighborhood. We know all our neighbors. We talk to them. And even with the neighbors, we help each other. And when I first moved in here with all my disabilities, I have a long list, including severe depression and anxiety. I had a really traumatic childhood, losing my parents when I was 4. And it's really been traumatic. So I've been suffering with this my whole life. Anyways, I have done intense therapy, and I have a lot of doctors, psychiatrists, and part of my therapy is gardening. I even made a YouTube channel for teaching people how to grow organically, and I really depend on that. I do that indoors and outdoors. Due to the lack of maintenance from the property management here that refused to trim the trees in the backyard, have made it like a forest here. We don't even have a tree in our backyard. the right side of the neighbor's trees have grown over our yard into the neighbor's yard on the left side. It brings a lot of bugs. I'm breathing in powdery mildew. And again, I have asthma and COPD. That's not healthy. I can't even go outside and enjoy my porch. I can't garden anymore. When there's repairs in the house, I feel like I am I feel like I'm discriminated against because I have disabilities and I'm a single, middle-aged woman. I always get excuses. It was funny. The first one was the house was purchased as is. I asked for work orders. They don't use work orders because they don't do any repairs in the last 7 years. It's made it very hard to live here mentally. I lay awake a lot of nights scared in my bedroom because I have holes in my ceilings leading to the toilet upstairs, which has leaked 2 or 3 times. They refuse to fix that. They refuse to fix everything. When this happened, they were very intimidating as well when they approached me at the door. 3 of them crossing their arms, looking at me, talking really disrespectfully. I asked questions, and the woman, she didn't even introduce herself, accused me of arguing. Anyway, intimidation and tactics. If they don't get their way, he tries to threaten me with something. So I quickly looked online for a community and found Acorn. And I applied to the Tenant Defense Fund to make sure that we all have legal representation if the landlord files with the board. And this has really overwhelmed me. It has spiraled my anxiety, my PSTD, and my depression out of control. I can't sleep. Again, I'm on disability. I'm living below 40% of poverty line. I could barely afford food. Never mind about finding another place to live. I am unable to find another place to live. So I've been thinking about MAID. And I don't want to think about MAID just because you're on disability or because the landlord can't afford the house that they purchased as a first-time landlord. It's our fault, and we have to be punished and made to leave our house, our home, where we've lived. It doesn't seem right. It's not done in good faith. They tried to sell the house, and because they can't do that, this is what it's come down to. So I'm very thankful that the Tenant Defense Fund provides and supports low-income tenants to join other Acorn members in calling in the city to do everything in its power to protect tenants from this displacement and neglectful landlords. Tenants deserve to live healthy homes without fear of losing affordable homes because of the predatory landlords. They're very sneaky and shady, and they lie. So thank you very much for listening to my delegation, and have a great day.
Our next video is Tracy Romanowski.
Hello, City Councilors and staff.
Tracy Romanowski.
I'm a member of Acorn's East End chapter and a tenant of Ward 4. I am delegating today regarding the tenant support program and renovation license as noted in the city staff report. In my personal experience with renovation, I received N13 this past April. The landlord, commonly known for evicting older tenants for frivolous renovations, claimed they need 7 to 10 months of vacancy for laying down click laminate and needlessly knock down a wall. It makes me feel like I don't matter as much as my apartment's profit potential. In June, my next door neighbor moved out. And July 31st, a new tenant moved in, and the apartment only got a fresh coat of paint. It is only because of Acorn that I knew enough about my rights to know I didn't have to leave. Tenants deserve a clear picture of how to exercise their rights. a tenant defense fund, gave me access to legal support I never could have afforded myself. It is relieving to see the city invest in a program that benefits low-income seniors. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
The next one is a joint presentation, Myrna Harrington and Crystal Gold from Acorn.
I'm a tenant of Ward 4. My name is Myrna Gale. This thing going on has really affected my health. Here's my friend to talk for me.
Okay. Hello, city councilors and staff. I am one of Myrna Gale's supports, and I am also a member of the Acorn East End chapter. I also am a tenant of our apartment building. I wasn't given the eviction, probably because I live in a one-bedroom and my rent's over $1,000. In her personal experience, she received an N13 early in the spring of this year. She was so upset when she got it. She didn't understand what it meant, so she brought it to me. And I reached out to Acorn and they and a few other people to find out what this all meant. And they kind of told us that we could, get help with it, that she didn't have to move. Now, what was listed on the rent evictions didn't make any sense to us, because the wall that they're talking about knocking down, we were always told was a firewall and that you couldn't nail stuff in. So I don't know why they would be knocking a wall down that would open up the kitchen and the living room when they've always told us that it was a firewall. Her kitchen cupboards were replaced a couple of years ago. Her apartment's in pretty good condition. The tiles are old, but they're in good condition. We took pictures because the apartment really was very well maintained by her and her husband. Her grandson moved in. She lost her daughter and her husband within 4 months last year. And her grandson moved in, trying to support her during that time. And when she got this, we went to also the advocate at the Indian Center and got her an advocate because they approached her and offered her a one-bedroom apartment for almost $500 more rent than what she paid, which she can't afford. She's a pensioner. She hasn't got that kind of money. And also it would leave her grandson out on the street, and all her supports that she's had, that she has based in there for, like, to help her for when she gets older. Now, before the renovations, her health was pretty good. She's a pretty spunky little lady. Since all this has started, she's had trouble with it walking. Her stress level is out. Her blood pressure's been up. Like, it really has affected her health because she's worried about if they're going to move her. Where is she going to go? And how is she going to pay rent? She's not going to be able to. She did refuse the one-bedroom apartment, and to stop them from approaching her because she was getting stressed out, we got the advocate. So now they can't talk to her unless they talk to the advocate or her lawyer, because Acorn got her a lawyer that is covered by the defense fund. They're going after people that are disabled, that are sick, who can't go out and fight, who can't go out on marches. I just don't understand how, people that have worked all their life have to go through this. And I mean, the minor issues, they can repair. And if it was that bad, why wasn't it repaired before? And the other thing is, we don't even know who owns our property. We get told Melvin Incorporation or whatever. And then you get to, we fill out forms for geared to income housing. The waiting list for 5 years. What's she going to do if they try and rent her? Are we going to have everybody living in tents? Something needs to be done about keeping the rents lowered for people that are, not rich. I'm all for, working with whoever I'm run now. Before you have all old people, you go up to the street line, most of the people up there are disabled and old, waiting in lines for food because they paid the rent and don't have enough money for food. I think the government needs to step in and start getting these landlords where they can't put the rents up and they can't get people up just so they can raise the rent. So something needs to be done. Please protect these people.
Thank you. We have two more videos. Maya Steos.
Councilors and staff. My name is Mia Steos, and I am a member of Acorn's East End chapter and a former tenant of Ward 4. I am delegating today to urge the committee to support strong and local policy to prevent rent evictions and expand the Tenant Defense Fund and create healthy homes for tenants. In my personal experience, I suffered from a lack of legal representation during my LTV case due to the cost barrier of hiring a paralegal, because I wasn't able to hire a legal rep. I wasn't able to be heard and was displaced from my home. Disabled tenants are vulnerable to losing cases at the LTV due to lack of access to legal support. I've urged the committee to support low-cost access to legal aid in landlord-tenant cases to ensure fairness during LTV cases. Tenants deserve equal access to legal support. Thank you for listening to my delegation.
And our last video is Aiden Hassan.
Hi, my name is Aiden Hassan. I live Hamilton. I'm a member of Acorn, Hamilton branch. I have been living in Hamilton for 5 years. I have been living in Hamilton for 5 years. I have a problem with 235 Rebecca Street, downtown apartment. My problem has been going for almost 2 years, and I had a massive flooding. I have been waiting to get repaired my washroom, my kitchen. They never got fixed. That is, I've been waiting for them for like the last 7 to 8 months, and it's still a lot of problem, a lot of issues. And we have this building. We would like to just inform City of Hamilton and everybody in member of Acorn. My name is Aiden Hassan. I would like to just conclude on my member of Acorn. Thank you so much.
Councilors, that's all of our delegates and video presentations. I need a mover and a seconder to receive all of the delegations. Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. And we'll have that vote now, please, Madam Clerk. Oh, sorry, Councillor Crouch.
I believe this is the time we could ask a question or something, right, in the receiving of the delegations on this issue?
Sure.
I thought it's best to ask now than wait until later because these are specifically relevant to the delegations that were brought forward. It's a brief comment. So say thank you to everybody for their tremendous, bravery. Coming down here and talking about these issues, not easy. I know a lot of these folks are in Ward 2. I didn't have many questions today because I've spoken to folks, know what the issues are. Frankly, recognize a lot of the folks here as people have been fighting with this issue for a long time. During the delegations today, some addresses were dropped, and this is what I want to kind of speak to briefly. 1170 Fennel, 125 Wellington Street North, and there's others around on Barton Street East and Bar Lake Avenue, these kinds of places, Ward 5, other places. I wonder if staff could speak briefly to, it's my understanding that a lot of the units, or some units in these buildings are rented out through a City of Hamilton rent subsidy program. So I first want to confirm that that's the case, that some of these buildings do have a rent subsidy attached to them, and there's a program run by the City of Hamilton.
Yes, they are.
Order, please. We appreciate your passion, but let's get an answer to the question. Thank you.
Through the chair, yes, that's correct. I can't confirm for you that whole list of addresses, which ones we have attached to, but yes.
Councillor?
Thank you. That's very helpful. It's a contextually important piece of information because I know we have to have relationships with building owners to be able to have subsidized units. I understand that relationship. You ask the building owner if they'll have some subsidized units in the building, and the building owner agrees. Could you, I have a question at the end of the rainbow here. Could you walk through, explain to me, are there any incentives given to those who were off for subsidy programs, or is it just sort of a direct rent pay? Like, how does that relationship work exactly with the property owners for the buildings where we do have rent subsidized units?
Director Baird?
Through the chair, I think that Manager Krebs is online, and I'm going to have him, if he's there, walk through the different ways the rent sub programs work. There's Brian.
Manager Krebs, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. So through the chair, with the City of Hamilton's rent supplement programs, they are really a direct rent subsidy, paying the difference between the rent and that the landlord charges and that the tenant would be calculated to pay according to rent geared to income. The only incentives we provide is that we will pay vacancy loss in some cases for a limited period of time, and we will pay for repairs for damages in pre-approved cases.
Councillor?
Thanks, that's helpful. Appreciate that, Manager Krebs. So my question, and it's a big question, so I get that maybe the answer will be also big or require further analysis. It strikes me that we're subsidizing some of the conditions we saw here today, that we're subsidizing rent in units where, I've been in some, so I'll just say that to make it even easier. I've been in some units where we're subsidizing the rent for those units and they're in deplorable conditions. So that's happening there. Then in situations where there's rent evictions, we're sometimes using tenant defense money, for instance, to defend from those rent evictions. And there are other pots of money the city has access to that it uses throughout these different programs and implementations. My question is, so what's the responsibility of the city in situations where these are the conditions and we're the ones who are paying to supplement them?
It's an excellent question. Who wants to tackle that one? Director Baird?
Through the chair, I was hoping that Solicitor Shields might have some opinion on that. None? Through the chair, I don't have a good answer for that question. It is a very good question, and understand exactly what you're saying, that on one hand, we're paying the subsidy, but the units aren't maintained in good condition, and what's our risk through that? Because we ultimately are the funder.
Councillor?
Thanks, and I appreciate that very candid and honest answer. I think that that's something we really have to think about, because I know we have bylaw instruments, we have other kinds of mechanisms people can call, but ultimately when we're in the situation of providing funding in those situations, we don't need a complaint, really. We have a duty, some duty to keep in touch with folks, know what the conditions are, and then to just intervene to rectify those as part of the relationship with the landlord, to whom we're paying a subsidy and they have a relationship with us and those kinds of things. And so I know that we're talking today about bylaws and about specifically those mechanisms primarily, but I really think there ought to be a chance for us to talk about what does it look like more holistically when the city is participating in a program that we know is causing harm to people, and what's our remedy outside of the bylaw system, just inherently from a holistic programming perspective. Again, I don't expect you to answer that question today. I'm going to think on that a bit more, maybe come back with a motion at a future meeting to say, look, what can we do here to holistically round this program out? Because I think it's a really dissonant thing for someone to think to themselves, right? The city is helping me to live in these conditions. And when that happens, right, we have to take responsibility. So thanks for your answer. I appreciate it very much.
Councillor Wang, would you like to take the chair?
Of course.
Thank you. Councillor Kretsch's questions and the response has caught me off guard. I was not aware of this. And quite candidly, this committee and this council is owed an explanation. We seem to be, the argument could be made that we're inducing this, that we're a party to this. And I don't think that's the case. But clearly, if we have a relationship with a landlord, they shouldn't be turning around and throwing N13s at the tenants that we're subsidizing. And then it sounds like there's assistance to get them support to fight the N13, which we're funding against the landlord that we have a relationship with. Candidly, my head is spinning right now. So I appreciate Councillor Kretsch raising it today, and we are owed an explanation. I'd like to hear from GM Burden as to when we will get that explanation.
Thank you. Angie Burden, General Manager of Healthy and Safe Communities. Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillors. I agree with you wholeheartedly, and staff will begin working on a report, and I'll confer with Director Baird in terms of timelines, in terms of getting back before the end of this meeting.
Councillor?
Thank you for that, Vice Chair, and I appreciate the GM's commentary. I'd also like to know what the accountability is for the landlord to enter into the agreement with the city to enable us to provide that subsidy to his tenant or their tenant. So if that can be included in that report back, and I'll leave it at that. I thank Councillor Kretsch for raising that today. I'll take the chair back.
So, Councillor, before you take the chair back, is that something that we need to put into a formal motion, or is that something? Yes? Oh, sorry. I will pass it back to Chair Clark.
Councillor Kretsch, and I think Councillor Maureen Wilson, did you have a, no? Okay, Councillor Kretsch, please.
Yeah, I'm happy to put that in form of a motion once I hear back from staff about the wording that makes sense later in the meeting. I was happy to wait till the next ECS, but if it's possible for us to get the ball rolling today, great. Happy to put that motion forward. So maybe just zap me an email on the computer box here and we'll sort it out. Thank you.
Zap, that's another one of those magical terms. Thank you again for raising that today. Okay, so did we have the vote on the delegates? So let's have the vote now. Did I get a mover and a seconder? I cannot remember. Thank you very much, councillors. We'll have that vote up. And while we're waiting for that vote to populate, that vote carried unanimously. Thank you. I think it would be appropriate for us to have, at the very least, a nature break. I'm looking around the room. Do you want 15 minutes, 30 minutes? What? 10 minutes? 10. More? Okay, so would you like to continue going? Yes. Excellent. Thank you. I will take that nature break, however. Vice Chair Wang will take over on my behalf. Thank you. So we're now moving on to 8.1, and it's a staff presentation. I'll hand you my notes. Would you want to come up here? Yep.
Okay, perfect.
Where are we? Right there.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. So Director Baird will be giving the presentation.
Welcome and thank you. So I'm here today to talk about the Hamilton Tenant Support Program. This report in front of you is actually a tandem report with the report that Planning and Economic Development will present following me. This one is specifically about the tenant support portion of the program. So I'm here today, this is in follow-up to direction we received at the April ECS meeting to look at our current tenant defense fund, look at expanding the fund we have and the situations where it can be applied, and bring back a more comprehensive program. In addition, looking at a jurisdictional scan to see what other municipalities offer and how we can mirror ours off the same if possible. I will tell you that the program that you're going to see before you very much reflects what the Toronto program looks like. We did borrow a lot from what they're already operationalizing. And what we're going to recommend is that we continue with our current tenant defense fund and in fact expand what's already in place. I would tell you too that originally the Tenant Defense Fund was established in Hamilton back in 2019. So we are in the 4th year of the program. Originally it was a $50,000 program in total. In April this year, this committee approved expanding that by an additional $50,000. In that first 4 years of the program, or 3.5 years, I guess, we did deplete the original $50,000 in funding. From April till now, the additional $50,000 was depleted as well. So we are in a place where there is increasing uptake with the existing fund. So our recommendations today is to continue the existing fund and in fact expand the fund before us. The report before you, the majority of the recommendations are actually referred to the 2024 tax operating budget for consideration, with the exception of this particular item. We are recommending, because the current fund is depleted, that we immediately expand the fund with an additional $150,000. Housing Services has an existing reserve fund tied to the social housing program. It came to the city with the download of the social housing program. So we are recommending that $150,000 reserves be moved to support the Tenant Defense Fund until we get through the 2024 budget process. We're also recommending that the Tenant Defense Fund be expanded, and so that it applies to more situations than previously. We're recommending that it have broader application and that allow for more comprehensive legal representation, as well as capacity building for tenants, education, and some outreach programs as well. We are recommending that the Tenant Defense Fund now cover N12s. Those are eviction notices that individuals might receive when the landlord wants to use the property for personal use. We're also recommending that T6s be included, and T6s are when a tenant is recommending maintenance to a unit, and so suggesting that rather than just cover the N13s, which is the rent eviction, as well as the above guideline increase, that those two be included within the Tenant Defense Fund eligibility as well. We are recommending, too, that legal representation be more comprehensive and not require, currently the tenant themselves needs to find someone to represent them. We are recommending that that change so that it's more easy, readily available, the tenants have access to legal representation. We're also recommending that we increase city staff capacity directly to support tenants. When this program came to be, back in 2019, because it was a very small program, we didn't know what the desire would be. There was no staffing component within Housing Services to support this. It was simply an addition within an admin role. We've certainly seen that role has expanded, and it's a necessary role for us. We are recommending that going forward, we contract directly with the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. The legal support for tenants is key to this being successful, of course, and that this provides support when they're dealing with the Landlord-Tenant Board. This increase would create a more streamlined process for tenants and their support and processes directly. So the funding that we have put forward in this report will allow the Community Legal Aid Clinic to take on more cases and hopefully address the need in the community. We're also looking at building tenant capacity. Helping tenants understand their rights is key to this initiative. We do know that tenants that come forward many times don't fully understand the complexities or what their rights are under the existing legislation, and that's part of the gap. So we are looking for funding to do some education, increase capacity for tenants directly. This work is already happening. ACORN is doing a significant portion of this work right now, as well as doing work around tenant organization, as you've seen here today. And so we are recommending, in fact, working with Hamilton ACORN, and that they would take on this organization and capacity building work, much in the way that they are already doing. This will allow them to provide overall tenant support. We're also recommending that the Housing Help Center receive some investment through this process to support tenants in exercising their rights as tenants. The Housing Help Center in Hamilton is already the body where tenants would go to receive some supports. So rather than going to another agency, it makes best sense that we use both of these agencies that are already in place, build on the successes they have, and provide the funding to allow them to continue. The other piece here is, at an outset, we're recommending that there be $100,000 that's allotted directly for tenant information and resources. At the outset, this very much can be for development of resources that can be shared directly with tenants. Comprehensive, consistent messaging so that people understand both what their rights are, how they tap into programs, how they make use of the legal aid clinic, etc. We've seen some good opportunities and strategies through the jurisdictional review of what others have done with some of this funding as well, and other municipalities set up hotlines, that kind of thing. And so we are suggesting that once these resources are developed through this funding package, that eventually this funding could also become available for small grants for agencies to do some work directly to support tenants. So again, some capacity building within tenant organization groups directly. One of the items that was mentioned at the April ECS meeting was the need to have some type of table available, because right now we don't have a full scope and understanding of what's happening within the landscape in Hamilton and beyond with respect to, we spoke at that time about rent evictions, but really it's about evictions, tenant rights, and tenant issues overall. So we are recommending that a community research table be established. Use this table to look at what solutions are working elsewhere, how do we implement those locally, monitor local trends, etc. And so we are looking for broad membership at this table, as you'll see in the report, in order to cover tenants in a variety of tenancy situations, landlords as well as agencies that support tenants. And as I mentioned, overall, we are recommending an increased staff capacity within housing services. Right now, we have a very small portion of an individual that we heard today as well, that sometimes trying to access the Tenant Defense Fund, our staffing is quite limited in that particular area. With the expansion of the fund to the different eligibilities, as well as adding on these additional program pieces, we are anticipating that, in fact, there is an additional resource need within housing services. I would also just say at this moment, although not directly tied to this, but part of what we heard earlier, that we do continue to have a rent arrears program in housing services, as well as housing stability benefits that cover many of the items that were talked about earlier, and we are coming back with a report to talk about how those programs are merged. And we see long-term that this really is a suite of strategies that can support tenants overall. And that's really my short and sweet today. Open to questions.
That was succinct. Any questions on the presentation? Councillor Nan, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, also being very succinct. I just want to say thank you to staff for putting this together, in taking in all the feedback and consideration that's been voiced here at ECS through delegations, but also all the consultation you all have done very, very robustly. And I'm just deeply appreciative of the work and the recommendations that are before us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hear, hear. Councillor Tom Jackson.
Thank you, Chair Clark, and again, Director Baird, thank you very much. It seems like a good, comprehensive program and report and response moving forward with additional resources. So just under your B, so that I'm clear and that everyone listening in is clear, you're asking for an annualized cost of 1.197 mil be approved, including in your 2024 tax operating budget. So that means if approved today and ratified tomorrow, you will be building that into your budget, or that is still suspect to the 24 budget overall being approved. Can you just provide clarity for me through you, Chair Clark?
Thank you. Director Baird.
Through the chair. So for the items here before you today of that $1.2 million, the $150,000 is can be approved today. It's an existing reserve, and we'll implement immediately after council ratification on Friday. We can do the expansion of the tenant defense fund. So that
Excellent.
one is good to go.
That's the 150. The rest?
The remaining items in the list before you today, the remaining recommendations, they would be referred, and those will be part of the items when we talked about earlier this week about the number of housing asks that are coming forward, and that we're going to look at those as a grouping and consider before being approved, that these will be part of that group of housing asks coming forward. So they are not built into the 2024 budget, versus council has an opportunity to look at all the housing asks together.
Oh, was that the 8.3 that was deferred because we ran out of time with our 13-hour meeting on Monday?
It was the overview report.
Yes, that's right. Okay. So just to be clear for everyone listening in, 150 today, hopefully, and tomorrow ratified, the rest referred, but at least with the endorsation, if you will, of this committee. Through you, Chair Clark. Interpreted correctly?
Through the chair, you interpreted correctly. I just want to say on the 150 that that is existing funding within housing services. It's reserve funding, so it's not new levy dollars.
Fair enough. Thank you so much, Director Barrett. I'm fully supportive. Thanks, Chair Clark.
That was good clarification. Thank you. Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you very much, and also wish to echo my gratitude for this report and all the work that has gone into it in such a short order in the delivery. A question, or perhaps laying a seed, just looking for some assurance from staff, Chair, that in terms of tenant education and the research table, that students who have moved to Hamilton or are from Hamilton are not forgotten. So whether it includes the Master Student Union and Mohawk. And then another part of that is we know, because universities and colleges have not built sufficient residences, that these students of various means are subjected to some not very nice conditions in the private rental market, and increasingly post-secondary education is having to rely on international students, and we see that really taking off, which adds to, I would argue, another vulnerability in terms of no support systems, maybe some language differences. So if I could just leave that with you for your consideration moving forward. Thank you.
Director Baird, care to comment?
Through the chair, I'm very happy to consider that and include it when we're thinking about that table, for sure. Noted.
Excellent. Is that it for Councillor? Thank you. Councillor Wang, please.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, and just fresh off of Councillor Jackson's sort of line of questioning, I understand the 150 today, 1.2 potentially later on. What is the mitigation plan should that 1.2 not get ratified at 2024 budget? What's our backup plan?
Director?
Through the chair. So if the additional is not ratified, the only portion of the program we can move forward with is the Tenant Defense Fund expansion, and we're going to do that right away. We would have to come back to indicate perhaps a delayed timeline in responding to those, or how we're going to staff it, because without the staffing component, it's difficult to meet the ongoing demand.
Okay. Thank you. Conversely, then, through you, Chair, should we move forward on the 1.2? What's the actual timeline to actually get all of this implemented and raring to go?
Through the chair again. So it should have a fairly short timeline for lifting off the ground. We've been engaging with both Acorn and the Housing Help Center with respect to what's possible here. A lot of the work that's noted here is already happening. It's expanding capacity. There is some hiring that needs to happen in both agencies, so that can take a bit of time with respect to expansion of the actual program. We are ready to go with that, and so that one can get off the ground in the next couple of weeks. The research table, et cetera, the development of programming, education materials, they can start relatively quickly. So I would think that once it's ratified, once it's approved through the budget process, that within the month to 2 months after, we would be, like, you would see that transition happening.
Last question then through you, Chair, is I appreciate and support the work that Acorn does, but also in Ward 4, we have also been privy to another organization, Tenants in Unity. So what was the thinking in the process to just limit the work to, say, just Acorn? And is that something that we've considered other organizations potentially coming into the fold, essentially?
Director?
Through the chair, I'm actually going to turn this one over to Manager James O'Brien, who is here today, and I will say that James did a significant portion of the work on this report, so when you're thanking for the efforts in, it's James who put a lot of effort into this one.
Manager O'Brien.
Through the chair, James O'Brien, manager with Housing. Sorry. Through the chair, James O'Brien, manager with Housing Services. So the rationale for it was we were aware of the other groups that existed as well, but Acorn having already been involved with the Tenant Defense Fund seemed like a first right step. And then the idea being, as the program enhances over the following years, some of the education grant pieces that might be able to be done could be accessed by other tenant groups and helping grow the capacity in that way.
Those are all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could take the chair for one quick second. Have we talked, and I have not had an opportunity to talk to the city manager, but is there an opportunity with gapping or other things in the purview of our budget that we could look at in order to expedite the decision sooner? Have we had those discussions? I guess that would be more to GM Burden, but I recognize that there seems to be exigent circumstances to move as quickly as possible, and I'm wondering if we have explored whether or not there is other funding in the operating budget that could be reallocated, even if it was temporarily, until we got to the 2024 budget.
GM Burden.
Thank you. Through you, Chair, to the councillor. I think the financial situation of the city is something that is challenging at this time, and I would defer to GM Zagarek to speak more broadly. I do know that we have had conversations about ensuring that council has line of sight to all of the requests, and my recommendation earlier in the week still stands in terms of there are urgent requests in many areas, and it would be our recommendation that should council wish to look at something earlier, perhaps that could be discussed at the budget day where things are being considered. And then there's a consideration in totality of all of the asks for housing and homelessness and could be discussed at that point. But I believe it would be, it could be premature to move today in this particular area, acknowledging that there are incredibly urgent needs in this area as well.
You are always diplomatic, GM Burden, and I acknowledge that we are trying as a council and as a city to make these holistic decisions through the budget process so that we're not missing anything. But by the same token, if we find funding somewhere, then we should be able to bring it up early in the budget process to see if we can expedite it in any way, shape, or form. And to be fair, Vice Chair, I didn't spring this one on anyone. I did spring this on staff because I had not thought of it last night when I was reviewing the documents again. So thank you for that. I'll take the chair back. I need a mover and a seconder to receive Director Baird's presentation. Moved by Councillor Nan, seconded by Councillor Wang, and we'll have that vote, please. Thank you very much, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the next presentation will be Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. That's coming after this. We have a plan. That's okay. We're doing presentations together so that we have them holistically together, and then we're dealing with 8.1 and 8.2. No problem.
And through the chair,
I try, but I'm not always.
That vote for the presentation has carried.
Thank you very much. So this presentation, councillors, is on 8.2 and for the public. And I understand there will be some amendments coming forward, and we'll deal with that at the appropriate time. Director Cirillo, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Councillor. Good afternoon, everyone. Monica Cirillo, Director of Licensing and Bylaw Services. I am going to try to make today's presentation as succinct as possible, while recognizing that there is quite a lot of information before you. So please bear with me as I go through it. So what we're presenting on today is the Hamilton Apartment Rental Program, also known as HARP, which comprises of 4 separate but interconnected initiatives. By way of background of how we got here today, in April, Council directed Licensing and Bylaw Services staff to report back with a recommendation of a full suite of options to halt rent evictions within the city. The comprehensive report before you today specifically addresses the aspects of the motion dealing with a rent-safe TO model, as well as bylaw amendments, licensing approaches, and a first-of-its-kind renovation and relocation bylaw. Our goal is to close the gap in applicable provincial legislation in the short term while ensuring that building standards are maintained to reduce the likelihood of rent evictions in the long term. I want to start by painting the picture of the challenges. Specifically, what we have heard is that there's been an increased turnover of units, an increase in N13s that have been issued by approximately 983%, and an increase in rent within our community. The Housing Sustainability and Investment Roadmap is another important piece around rent evictions that was passed by Council in April 2023. The roadmap identified 4 pillars of activities, and the report before you today focuses on pillar number 3. So how are we going to do this? Staff have proposed a Hamilton apartment rental program, again HARP, comprised of the 4 separate but interconnected new initiatives to address rent evictions. HARP proposes an entirely new housing team based out of Licensing and Bylaw Services to administer the rollout and operation of this program, with an ask of 33 FTEs. Initiatives include a new safe apartment building bylaw to regulate apartment building property standards and the registration of apartment buildings throughout the city, a new first-of-its-kind renovation license and relocation listing bylaw to regulate repairs and renovations to rental units, as well as updates to vital services and property standards to better regulate the supply of vital services and prescribe clear standards for the maintenance and occupancy of rental units. And lastly, there's also amendments to our rental housing bylaw, which is currently a pilot program in wards 1, 8, and parts of 14. We are looking to extend the definition to include rental properties of 5 units or less, opposed to 4 units or less, within the same geographic area, to ensure that there is no gap of regulatory protection for tenants residing in rental housing throughout the city. The first prong of the Hamilton Apartment Rental Program proposes a safe apartment buildings bylaw. We worked with the City of Toronto as well as the City of Mississauga. We had many consultations with them as they've each individually rolled out programs. We've talked program scope, costing, staffing, operations, enforcement, strengths, as well as lessons learned from their implementation. The objective of this bylaw will contribute to the reduction of rent evictions as a long-term outcome, as buildings will be required to be kept in good repair and the likelihood of requiring vacant possession for a renovation will be decreased. The general approach of this bylaw is to put in place a regular evaluation and inspection by municipal law enforcement officers, so doing a proactive inspection on a regular basis. The main element of the proposed bylaw includes registration of all apartment buildings that fall within the scope of the building, or within the scope of the program. This includes buildings of 2 stories and 6 units or more. There's an application fee for each unit at $42.06, and this fee is proposed on a 65% cost recovery structure. The property owner must submit supporting documents within their application, including things like an integrated pest management plan, a vital services plan, and a cleaning plan. Once the property owner makes application for registration, the common areas of the building will be evaluated at least once every 3 years, depending on the scoring. Evaluations are based on weighted criteria. I will note that the report does not indicate what those weighted criteria are. We would like to build those with our community stakeholders as well as internal staff to make sure not only are they enforceable, but they are achieving the objectives that we are seeking to get. Details of all evaluations would be posted within the common areas of the building, and if there are any violations, subject to fine. This is just a breakdown of the scoring model. Anything 85% or higher would get an inspection every 3 years, between 51 and 84 every 2 years. 50% or lower would trigger an additional audit, as well as inspections every year. So this is apartment buildings by ward in our city. Again, this is fitting the category or the definition that we have provided, 2 stories and 6 units or more. There are approximately 858 buildings that would fit into this program, and approximately 47,000 units would fit into this, with the highest concentration in wards 1, 2, 3, and 5. Staff did opt for a broader scope of definitions than Mississauga or Toronto to ensure that the most volume of units could fall within this program. Staff have proposed an 18-month transition period to hire staff, develop operational regulations, internal administrations, as well as make modifications. We anticipate that all 858 buildings and 47,000 units, if requested, will be inspected by February 2027. Our next prong is the renovation, license, and relocation listing bylaw. Council asked us to report back on a citywide bylaw that would mimic that of New Westminster, BC. Staff are recommending the bylaw that is before you today. Overall, the proposed bylaw has 2 key elements. First, that the landlord obtain a license with the city anytime an N13 is issued to a tenant, and that a property owner provide the tenant the required number of relocation listings as required in the bylaw. While the safe apartment bylaw seeks to halt rent evictions in the long term, this bylaw seeks to halt bad faith evictions in the short term. Major aspects of the bylaw include a licensing fee at $715, as well as on application, things like a building permit have to be submitted, report from a qualified person that vacant possession is actually required in order to do the renovation, and N13s that were issued to the tenants. Non-compliance are subject to fine. Last part is a review of our vital services and our property standards bylaw. In part, this review responds to concerns that were raised from our experiences at the recent circumstances in 1083 Main Street. Staff undertook a jurisdictional scan of comparable municipalities to identify any improvements that could be made. We are recommending changes to both of these bylaws. Specifically for vital services, we're looking at enhanced definitions when it comes to capturing vital services. We're looking at e-service opposed to regular or in-person service to speed up the process, as well as ensuring we have a mechanism in place for cost recovery if a vital service is provided by the municipality. And lastly, for property standards, we did a comparison with our jurisdictional comparators, and it's less flexible because it is pursuant to our building code. However, we made amendments for flow and readability for the public. And that is everything before you today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director. We do have a few councillors who wish to ask questions. Councillor Nan is up first.
Thank you.
I'm just going to take a seat just because there's 3 of us that will be
makes
answering
sense.
questions. Thank you.
Excellent, thank you. Through you, Chair, first off, I just want to echo what many of the residents said today, which is an appreciation for staff for getting this suite of bylaws to committee within 4 months. That's a big undertaking, and I truly appreciate the heavy lifting that was done there. I do believe, Chair, that we are very close to getting to a final version. And at the appropriate time, if I still remain in the committee, I do have some portions of the recommendations to either defer or amend, and should I not stay, I'll pass that work on to my trusted colleagues. And the reason for some of the deferral is fundamentally about working constructively with staff and bring back the final changes to close the gap, but that's at a later time. So just a few questions, if I could, around the fees and the fines that are outlined a little bit in the presentation, but do speak to the details in the report. So could you, through you, staff, speak to the point that was raised earlier this afternoon about the fee versus fine, and if staff could share a little bit more around how did we come to those fees rates as well as the fine rates? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the councillor. So I'll first start by outlining what the fines or what the fees are for each of the separate bylaws. So for the renovation and listing bylaw, it is approximately $715 at a 10% cost recovery. And for the safe apartment bylaw, it is $42 per unit. When it came to a safe apartment bylaw, we looked at our comparative municipalities in order to determine that amount. For reference, the City of Toronto is $12 and the City of Mississauga is $20. We also recognized in developing this, we had a large staff ask. Other cities had embedded staff that they could utilize already to put that program in place, while we would be starting from square zero. So we recognize that our fee would be higher. We also took into account above guideline increases. I know that we have heard from the delegates today that it may not be a concern, but it was certainly a risk that we wanted to make sure was highlighted for council, which is why we were recommending the 65% cost recovery. It's also worth noting that the fees that are before you today included $715 as well as $42 per unit. And those municipal fees together may very well trigger an above guideline increase if that was, if both bylaws were in fact passed. When it comes to fines, APPS fines, I think, were $400, and they were determined based on looking at our comparative municipalities as well as recognizing that our authority under the Municipal Act is not necessarily to penalize under an APPS program, but we have to charge, or we would have to have a fine amount that would be enough to obtain compliance. And so we landed at $400 for that.
Councillor.
So the goal being, through you, Chair, compliance, and the goal also being to adequately fund the staffing and administrative resourcing that's required to implement both of these bylaws. Could you speak a little bit to the fees triggering AGI?
Director.
Through the chair, so the fees that we anticipated may be triggered via an AGI would be the municipal fees. So that would be your $715, that would be a renovation license, as well as the $42 per unit.
Councillor.
So assuming that there are multi-units in a building, how many units would be needed in a meeting to, in a building to trigger AGI from your perspective?
Director. Through the chair to the councillor, I believe it's based on rent amount and not number.
Got it. Thank you. Could, through you, staff also comment on, so moving now, pivoting to the vital services amendments that were presented, predominantly being enhanced definition, and I forgot the other 2 points, but an opportunity to clarify the vital services bylaw based on the 1083 scenario that played out over the winter and into this year. Could you, through you, staff, or through you, could staff comment on how would the changes that are proposed today have better impacted the situation for the residents at 1083?
Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the councillor, the challenge that we ran into with 1083 is we proceeded under a property standards bylaw. And we did so because a repair had to be taken place to the pipes that were broken. Our vital services previously only dealt with a disconnection of a vital service. So if a vital service was in fact turned off. At 1083, the pipes actually had to be repaired, which is why staff proceeded under property standards. Under our new vital services bylaw, we would be able to proceed under vital services. And if the compliance date was not met, we would be able to go in with contractors to complete it. In addition, we also have a mechanism built in for cost recovery if the city were to step in and to provide that service. So in 1083, the city absorbed the cost for water that was delivered to the tenants. In this circumstance, we would be able to utilize our vital services bylaw and recoup it either through a tax, through the tax roll to the property owner. In addition, not just to the vital services, but also the apartment bylaw that's before you today will also play a role in circumstances similar to 1083 if they were to arise. We would require things like a vital services disruption plan to be submitted. So we would already know what would be happening if a vital service was removed, or was disconnected or was cut off. Service is also something that is updated in our vital services bylaw. So we are able to do e-service. We can actually email the order to the owner and it's deemed to be delivered, opposed to registered mail, which takes a certain amount of days and cannot eat into the timeline for compliance.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor?
That's it for now.
Thank you very much. Councillor Wang, please.
Just a couple of quick questions then. Thank you through you, Chair. 33 FTEs. Sounds like we're essentially birthing a brand new department here. I wonder if the team has thought about a minimum viable project. So in startup companies, everybody talks about a minimum viable product, an MVP, and that's your bare basic, what can you do, skeleton crew kind of starting point, and then you iterate and iterate and iterate. What it feels like with 33 FTEs sounds like we're birthing the Cadillac version of this renoviction, and we haven't at all proven any of these potential wins or proven out any processes. So I wonder if there's a minimum viable project and a skeleton crew that can accomplish some of this, and has our team come up with something like that? Through you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the council, I'm going to start and see if GM Thorne wants to jump in and add anything further. So if we do separate out the two bylaws that are before you, 33 is for both of them together. So if council were not to accept a renovation license, 8 FTEs would drop off and 25 would remain for the apartment standards. So we did separate it out based on need for that. To your point, we are looking at creating an entirely new team for this. We recognize that this is a council priority. We also recognize that at the current staffing levels, we don't have the ability to proactively go out and do these inspections. With the staffing as presented in the report, they're not all intended to be hired at the same time. We would start by what would be needed in order to start the program. So we would hire a manager and a project manager to start the process, while at the tail end increasing officers that are actually boots on the ground that are going out and doing the inspections. For a scale-backed model, when I look at it, I'm happy to answer any question about any FTE that's in there, because I do think if we're going to be able to do what we need to do in the community, these would be the staff that would be required to do it. But I am going to pass it over to GM Thorne just in case he wants to add anything.
General Manager Thorne, please.
Yes, Jason Thorne, General Manager of Planning and Economic Development. And just to echo something that Monica said that I think is quite important, this is a big move. This is a very big move for the city, and this is not just adding some staffing to implement a new bylaw. This is creating a section, essentially, within the division, and I think it is needed, not just for the purposes of what you have before you today, but I think one of the added values of what's being proposed here is it would create a a team that is focused on this work and a team that is trained specifically in this work and the kinds of skills and outreach and communication skills that are needed for this kind of work. So it is. We certainly do note this is a big move. We talked a fair bit about the best way, not just sort of a number of hours equals X number of FTEs, but how do we actually structure this in a way that would be successful? It's not often that I think I or any of the GMs are in front of you with the creation of a whole section with the manager on down. But I think that is what is needed if this is going to be successful. Monica did note it's not that we hire everybody on the first day. There is a phased approach where we would need some of the manager and setup staff initially. The officers and implementation staff would come a little bit later in the transition period. But I would suggest if we're going to tackle this in a comprehensive way, we do need a housing team within bylaw services.
Councillor?
My second question then through you, Chair, is what's the low-hanging fruit here? What do we get to do right away that we can show some results and essentially try and stem the tide a little bit?
Director Cirillo, is there any fruit that's hanging low? GM Thorne.
So through the chair, I would
You're
say
a little bit taller,
yes.
so it might be higher up.
Yes, I can reach higher for the fruit. So I think one of the key things is some of the lessons learned that came out of some of the experiences we've had over the past few months in terms of the existing bylaws. You'll note that for those we are suggesting that we should be passing those bylaw amendments right away. We aren't seeking any additional staffing for those. I think that will help in the immediate term in terms of some of the tools in our toolkit for how we address these issues when they do arise. And that would be in place right away. So that doesn't have to await the adoption of a Safe Apartments bylaw. It doesn't have to await the adoption of a new team. It will certainly be helped and bolstered once a new team is in place. But I would say of the low-hanging fruit, that's the lowest hanging fruit on the bylaw side of what's in front of you. I think notably what Director Baird just presented is also really important, and it's kind of why we want to present all of these items together, because they do have so many interconnections between them.
Councillor.
I think my last question then is we've put a lot of work on our bylaw team, and we're asking for a lot. I think that we are clearly seeing the cost of inaction today. So I wonder if we're talking about low-hanging fruit, we're talking about what can we do right away very quickly, how does this shift our work plans in order to help with this, because winter is coming? So Chair, those are some of my concerns right now, and I'm wondering, how do we make this all work before the winter season hits?
Director Cirillo, please.
Can I clarify your question? Sorry, through the chair, can I clarify your question? Are you asking our work rollout or actually starting this work? Fair. Through the chair to the councillor, we are bringing back a work plan bylaw priority report in September, which will set out how we plan on executing this term of council and what bylaws we deem to be a priority. I think that will be very helpful for council to have some line of sight on where we're going to be focusing our efforts. When it comes to this bylaw, this is being referred to the 2024 budget, so we'll build in some extra time come May, if it were approved, in order to prioritize a rollout for it.
Councillor, that's it. Councillor Tom Jackson, please.
It's like a talk show host the way you do that, but I appreciate it, Chair Clark. Thanks for the intro. So that it can be, first of all, Director Cirillo, thank you so much for your comprehensive report and your presentation and the reality of what your division is going through with increased demand. So that I'm clear, Director Baird had mentioned earlier, Chair Clark, that 150 grand within the existing housing budget, they can move on something, the rest referred. Can I just get crystal clear? Is your entire report referred to 24 as well, both vehicle purchases, which I noted are 16 potentially, and the 33 new FTEs? Or is there something like Director Baird mentioned that you've got something in your reserve that you can act upon now, Director Cirillo? Through you, Chair Clark, please.
Director Cirillo, please.
Through the chair to the councillor, with what's before you today, the 33 FTEs, the vehicles, all of that is being referred to the 2024 budget. What can be enacted today is property standards and vital services amendments. Those have no staffing implications and can be enforced, enacted and enforced.
Okay.
Councillor?
Well, okay. A small but important step on enforcement, because just to wrap up, thank you, Director Cirillo. Just to wrap up, if I read Director Baird's report correctly, about 7 net new FTEs, 33 here, that's 40. The budget of 23 hired over 150 new. And so I'm not going to get into a speech at this time, which will be relevant for 4 or 5 months from now, but we've got to be as cognizant as we can as well, looking at all sides of this equation. Thank you, Chair Clark.
Thank you. Councillor Wang, if you could take the chair, please. Can I ask then, the 65% cost recovery, which is stated in the documents, and I understand the rationale for the 65. My question is, that cost recovery, is it going to go to the division, which will help pay for the 33 new FTEs? Can you speak to that, either yourself or GM Thorne?
Through the chair to the councillor, as a short answer, yes. So the cost recovery would offset the costing for staffing to administer the program.
And thank you for that. And the modeling on the program, let's assume we're now in 2 or 3 years into the program. We're still at 65 cost recovery. I suspect there will be some landlords that will do RGI appeals based on, because they're permitted to. It's a municipal fee, they're permitted to do that. So notwithstanding that, is it the expectation then that that 65% cost recovery continues on throughout the life of the program, or does that 65% cost recover change either up or down?
Through the chair to the councillor, as a preliminary answer, having not been through the program, what we've seen in both Toronto and Mississauga is they have set an amount for cost recovery, but it has evolved over the life of their program. So originally, I believe the City of Toronto was at 65%, and now they're at 87%. So over the 4 years that the program has been in place, we have seen an increase. So we would be monitoring that to look at whether that was feasible in the city as well.
And so what I believe I'm hearing is, as we roll out this program and begin recovering these fees and licenses and all the rest of it, we're going to continue to evaluate it to see whether or not the cost recovery model is actually covering the costs that we need to successfully implement the program. Because if we're not successful, it all goes down the toilet. So somehow we need to make sure that there's sufficient funds there to keep it moving without making a profit.
Right. Absolutely. Through the chair to the councillor, we would continue to monitor to see if there were any changes that were required.
Okay. Super. Any further questions from anyone? Seeing none. So I would need a motion to receive Director Cirillo's presentation, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. We'll have that vote, please. Thank you, Clerk. And that vote carried unanimously, 6-0. So we're now moving on to the actual reports. We're going to deal with 8.1, which is the revised Hamilton Tenant Support Program. Just a reminder that the report was revised this morning to amend recommendations B, C, and D, and currently read as items to be approved and included in the 2024 budget. These recommendations should read to be referred to the 2024 tax operating budget, which is what GM Burden and Director Baird were speaking to earlier today. May I have a mover and a seconder to put this report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Are there any questions or comments on the report? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, really supportive of this report. I just try not to ask questions on presentations if I can save it for the report, so just wanted to get that off the bat. Really supportive with some of the changes here. Just looking for a line of sight or some more clarity to make sure I understand the 4 components of what we're calling now our tenant support program and how those 5 FTEs will be supporting those 4 program divisions or those 4 kind of pieces of the program now. So my understanding is the Tenant Defense Fund is that applicants or folks who are looking to benefit or seek the resources of the Tenant Defense Fund currently reach out to someone in Hamilton Housing Services, and through that they get enrolled or accepted into the program and then referred to the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. Just wondering, like, operationally, given that we work with other partners to do a lot of this stuff, when are people working with city staff and when are we referring them to someone else?
Through the chair, so correct, as the program operates right now in current state, the applications come in through housing services. There's a staff person that's processing those applications. The staffing challenge that we're having and that you're seeing before you here is that with the expansion of the fund, as well as I would say awareness of the fund, there's a lot more awareness, which is really good news. The demand on staff has increased, of course.
Councillor?
Thank you, and I do want to go through the other pieces, but I guess a quick question for me is, have we ever considered sorry, I'll go back. Does anyone use legal services not provided by the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic who is a recipient of this funding?
Director Baird?
Through the chair, I'm going to ask Manager O'Brien if he has that detail.
Through the chair, James O'Brien, Manager, Housing Services. Currently, those who are accessing the Tenant Defense Fund do not get support through the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. They're finding private legal support, generally paralegals.
Councillor?
Thank you. And the intention of some of these other recommendations is to help resource the community legal clinic so they can better receive these in the future. And so still the intention is not that it's an exclusive one-to-one match. Folks can obviously look at a private provider, but it's to work with our community partner. Is that it? Or is it going to be now exclusively the community legal clinic as the sole recipient in the new program?
Thank you, Councillor. Manager O'Brien?
So through the chair, this relationship would be exclusive with the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic providing the services.
Councillor?
Thank you. I guess I'll put it out there right now and I think come back to it at the end, but a question I'm building to near the end of this would be if we have a sole source recipient of the funding and our role is to do the intake, could the community legal clinic do the intake for the program they have? And so I kind of want to walk through the rest of the program, but I'll come back to that when we get to the staff if that's okay, but I just want to line of sight or put that out there or maybe get an answer right away if that's better for...
Through the chair. So I just want to jump in on that one quickly because right now the way the program is set up, it is staffed through housing services and the applications go that way. The recommendation that's being referred into the 2024 budget is that the legal clinic would fully operationalize that.
Councillor?
Thank you. Okay, that is very, very helpful. So part one, beefing up the funding, expanding the eligibility, exclusively moving out over to the Hamilton Community Legal Clinic. Then we talk about tenant organizing and capacity. There's some resourcing given there. We talked through that in the presentation. Thank you. I think that was 100K. And understanding that there's some staff there to also do that work as well. Understand that. Tenant organization and capacity building, that was the Acorn piece. And then the tenant education was the 100K. That makes sense to me. And then finally, the fourth piece of this is the community research table. Could you expand a little bit more about what some of the expectations are around the community research table, if there's any membership that's already been predetermined, if there's a sense of how many folks will be there, how often they'll meet, some of the things they're expecting to talk about on day one?
Good question.
So through the chair, we looked at the Toronto model for that, which is more directly doing small grants for research applications. And through our conversations with those who had helped input in the Toronto model, it was suggested that taking a slightly different turn from that with developing a table that would be an ongoing process as opposed to a small grant, looking to make sure that tenant organizations are a part of that, but not exclusively tenant organizations, and making sure there is tenants as part of that committee. And the work of the group would be a little bit twofold. twofold. One was from the April ECS meeting talking about the home care item and evictions and making sure that's one of their early research topics, but also to do some events to make sure that there's more robust communication with tenants overall would be some early mandates of the committee. And then pending approval of the budget, future work would be bringing in guest speakers to both discuss future pieces, but also to enhance those community events with tenants and discussion through that.
Councillor?
Thank you. And through you, Chair, really excited about this program. I think it does make a big enhancement. I think the question of the piece, and it's not a critical question, it's genuinely just trying to understand. It's not a, oh, we can't do this or we shouldn't do this, but how I'm understanding this is we're hiring 5 new FTEs, including a manager level position, but 2 of the 4 program components here are exclusively being delivered by external providers. Could we just walk through like what will the FTEs that we're bringing on be doing to support these 4 program areas? I can see the links in education. I can see the links in supporting the community research table. Maybe just an understanding of why those 5 FTEs are required to manage those 2 programs and then to work with our other providers for the other half of this pillar.
Director Baird.
Through the chair, so for this particular program, the FTE that makes that up, it's a manager, it's a project manager, some contract analyst staff, as well as an admin staff. And so and this would also be in addition to the portion of the staff person that already exists. Right now, this program is it's not really housed within one program area in housing, so there does need to be some program oversight and some planning, and so that is the reason that a program manager is included, that there is some planning to get this off the ground and keep it operational. The project manager really is to work on that community research table, help with the education material, what have you, so those pieces fall there. The contract analysts managing the contracts that are tied to this, be they contracts with the legal aid clinic, with other providers, with ACORN or whichever other agencies that are involved, as well as their existing contracts in this program area, and a support admin support staff for the team overall. Was felt that that would be a sufficient resource to manage this program and move it forward. I think you're also going to see that as we come back to you with the Housing Stability Benefit and Rent Arrears program, you're going to see how these program resources can be used beyond this particular capacity.
Councillor?
Thank you, Chair. The answer I was hoping to hear was we're building capacity for more things. Just because, again, the 2 program analysts, I don't understand what the current contracts are maybe in scope, but we're talking about paying the contract analysts more than we are talking about giving in terms of contracts. And so I just wanted to get a sense that we're doing more work later, and this is a capacity building. Fully supportive of that. This is a term of council priority, but I think just flushing that out and getting that value for money or seeing not just where we are today, but where the ball is going. So thank you.
Councillor Nan has left, so that's the only other questions. Anyone else around the table? Councillor Maureen Wilson, please.
Thank you. Just one quick question. First of all, really appreciate all of this work again. On the Safe Apartment Buildings bylaw, just looking for confirmation that City Housing Hamilton buildings will be included in the scope of that work. Thank you.
Director Cirillo.
Through the chair to the councillor, that was something that's currently omitted, but we have recently been talking based on the conversation that has happened here. That would be something that would be included, and we would make that amendment before it came forward in 2024.
Thank you.
Councillor? Thank you. Are we good? Okay, so I have already had a mover and a seconder put the report on the floor. Is that correct? So now we would have the vote on 8.1. Thank you. And that vote carried unanimously. So we are now moving on. I'd like to remind committee members that we have the following in-camera report: legal advice regarding renoviction bylaws. Would the committee like to defer the consideration and approval of 8.2 until after we've gone into closed session to hear this advice? I look to the committee members for their decision. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Through you, Chair, if that's what's easiest for yourself and the clerks and our support team, absolutely. If it's possible to move closed session to now and do this all in one consistent piece as opposed to deferring this till after our consent items and discussion items and then coming back to this discussion. I think that narratively makes more sense, but it's whatever's administratively easiest.
I think that makes complete sense to me. So I need a motion to go into closed session pursuant to subsection 9.3, subsections E and F of the city's procedural bylaw 21-021 as amended in section 239.2, subsection E and F of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended as the subject matter pertains to litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the city or a local board, and advice that is subject to solicitor-client privilege, including communications necessary for that purpose. Who's the mover? Councillor Alex Wilson. Councillor Kretsch is seconding it. Let's have that vote. The vote is up. Members of the public are advised that during the closed session portion of the meeting, the live stream will broadcast a closed session in progress screen. The broadcast will resume when the closed session portion of the meeting is complete. Could I now ask that all members of the committee to please ensure that they are in a private room. I don't think there's anyone at home anymore, so we don't have to worry about that. Remind members of the committee that as per section 8.7 of the procedural bylaw, the use of personal electronic devices during closed meetings is strictly prohibited. However, the use of city electronic devices during closed meetings are limited to text communications only, with the city's electronic devices not being used as a telephone, recording device, or camera. Staff from the Office of the City Clerk are exempted from subsection 8.7c when using electronic devices for record keeping. I'm assuming that was a unanimous vote. Yes. Thank you very much.
No. Wait.
Thank you very much. Okay, councillors, we're back in open session. I need a mover and a seconder to receive the report from the in-camera session, moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. It's legal advice regarding the reno eviction bylaw LS 23020A citywide, and that report will remain confidential, and we'll have that vote now, please. Perhaps not. Oh, I'm still in camera. Thumbs up. And that vote carried 5-0, unanimous. Thank you. On to the report, revised addressing renovictions, tenant displacement, property standards, and apartment buildings in the city of Hamilton. First, I need a mover and a seconder to put 8.2 on the floor, and then we can deal with any of the amendments. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch, that the report be put on the floor. Councillor Kretsch, and who would be, I guess, Councillor Alex Wilson? Who has the amendment? Mail renovations license relocation listing bylaw. If you could read that for us, please.
That's me. If Elsie Kolar could put the amendments on the screen, that would be, I think, helpful. I have too many emails at the moment, so I would appreciate it.
It has been a busy day.
In short, I'll say that this is just about ensuring in the property standards bylaw that there's provisions around mail. Which one is it? Yeah,
there it is. Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor.
So to amend the Safe Apartment Buildings bylaw in Schedule 31 of the licensing bylaw, rental housing subsection, I won't read that exactly, to include the following new section, mail renovations, license and relocation listing bylaw. So every dwelling unit shall have a separate and secure mailbox or mail receptacle that's maintained in good repair at all times. If a mail slot provides direct access into a dwelling unit, it shall be designed or located so as not to prevent access from the slot to unlock the doorknob or other locking device, and then access to mailrooms shall be maintained in good repair to ensure the security of the mail. So the goal here, of course, is to ensure that mail and mail services are available to tenants, because one of the big things that happens is that people mail you stuff, and the stuff they mail you turns out to be important sometimes. And if your mail services are being blocked or stopped or harmed in some way, which frankly has been a tactic that some property owners have used, they have done things like, just vacated the mail section entirely. Suddenly a piece of plywood is there and in the mail area is under construction, and or suddenly the mail boxes themselves have been harmed in some way so that the mail can't be retrieved. So it's a fundamental right. So that's where I'm at. And I think my seconder is Councillor Alex Wilson.
Thank you. Councillor Alex Wilson, you have comments on the amendment?
Comments and I think just a little bit of a clarification. So we've been working with staff, and so it was introduced verbally as amending property standards. The language on the page of amending the safe apartment buildings bylaw is now the language. So thanks for staff for coming back and forth with the best place for that. In the process of that back and forth, we've got some new extra words there that don't need to be there. So basically everything in the line that starts bolded after the word mail, the renovations license and relocation listing bylaw, could just be removed. That is a copy paste that got added in. So it should just say mail and then I.
Aye.
Just some procedural stuff that I think will help with clarity. It's been a busy day of going back and forth.
So that's the section and then the items underneath it.
Thanks.
That's correct on the screen now. Any further questions or comments? Seeing none, we'll call the vote on the amendment. The vote on the amendment is up. That carried unanimously. The next amendment that I understand is amending the administrative penalty bylaw. Councillor Alex Wilson, are you moving this motion?
I am, and I look to Councillor Crutchford as a seconder. Happy to speak to this while it's getting pulled up. This is moving for, so this is with respect to violations under the administrative penalties bylaw with respect to the new safe apartment building, or basically our rental licensing for apartment buildings bylaw. And so this is changing the proposed administrative fine that was $400 in the motion in front of us and changing that to $600. In some conversations with staff last night, really appreciated the ability to kind of deep dive into some of the requests we had from community to make sure that our administrative penalties were really encouraging compliance, and heard that $600 was maybe a more ambitious but not quite reaching that stretch or that risk target. So that's where we went as kind of a mix between staff's concerns about getting something that can be really forward and past and holds up to everything that we have to do, but also meeting some of the community interest in ensuring, you know, that we get the good work done and we can truly ensure compliance, which is what these administrative penalties are for.
Thank you. Councillor Crutch, please, on the amendment.
Yeah, I just want to put that in a different way, maybe by saying that, you know, if we perhaps said, let's double that fine amount from 400 to 800, or said, let's go 1,000 or more, that would have introduced a little bit of tension, because we're looking at comparative municipalities like Toronto, which have similar amounts. We have to be within some range of reasonability, and we have to be able to justify that at challenge. So staff said this was within that range, so grateful for their help.
Thank you. And staff are okay with this amendment? Everyone's shaking their head yes. Excellent. Let's call the vote. Sorry.
Through the chair, if I may interject at this time.
Yes, you may.
Councillor Nan's leaving the meeting, I'm going to suggest that we keep the same mover and seconder and go through all of the amendments. They had broken them up when they were sitting together preparing this, but at this time I have all of the amendments. We can look at all of them if you wish.
With the same mover and seconder is what you're suggesting?
Yes.
That will be helpful.
Unless one of the councillors does wish to vote separately on any of the amendments.
Yep, no problem. So let's have the vote on number 2, please.
Okay, so it's the, yeah.
Thank you, clerk. That vote carries unanimously. So with the same mover and seconder, We're moving on to amendment number 3. And can we put that on the screen because it is a little bit longer than the first one? So that the following changes be made with respect to the Safe Apartment Building Program. I, that Appendix A be amended to A, Appendix number 10 ABC to include the same information and mirror the requirements of applicants under the Rental Housing Pilot Program. B, amend 10D to include number of vacant rooms. C, a new section be added that directs the owner and the operator to post information provided that by the City of Hamilton in common areas and notice board about tenant rights, eviction prevention, and tenant support resources, information on city air-conditioned locations, and how to access the information in multiple languages. And D, amend number 62-63 to require vital services disruption plans to be developed in a form and manner satisfactory to the director and authorize the director to set standards and minimum requirements for these plans. And D2, that the fee schedule subsection B, Appendix B, be amended to reflect 100% cost recovery. And 3, amend the transition plan subsection C, Appendix C, to initiate building evaluations as registrations are received rather than waiting until after the registration deadline. And 4, that staff considers submissions from tenants and tenant advocates on activities pertaining to communication and outreach materials, building inspection processes, evaluation criteria and scoring, placement on a building of evaluation scores, open data and data tools, and monitoring evaluation in program development and implementation. So that's that amendment. Any questions on it or comments? Councillor Alex Wilson, please.
Thank you. And so if it's easier for folks to read Acorn's submission, this is an attempt to action many of the submissions in 5.1 or 2 in our agenda today. And so just speaking through the 4 kind of subsections, part I of this, which has its own subparts, is amending the bylaw itself. Those are some tweaks to either mirror other work that we're doing in other parts of the city, encourage other work that we're attempting to do, or in the case of number C, it was originally there was an ask that we compel the building owner to do that. In conversations with staff, was sensing that that wouldn't be something that this program could achieve given the amount of contact we're going to have, and the licensing might be once every 3 years or so. It's just, that's not a requirement that we should be doing. But if the city provides a notice, when we do those checks, we can make sure our own notice is up. So sometimes it's a creative actioning of the intention of the request. As we move forward to kind of section 2 regarding the fee schedule, it's currently set at 65% cost recovery, with the cost of a license being, I'm going to miss it by $1 or $2, but $40-ish. The cost of 100% cost recovery goes up to $60-ish a license, give or take $5 on each of those numbers. I think that's a reasonable when we're talking per unit, per building. There was some tension we talked about small units, or the barrier that we're putting on small landlords, like 6 to 8 unit landlords. And is that $20 per license increase really there? But in an 8-unit building, that $20 increase to license, so this is a cost recovery program for us. 8 buildings, less than $200. If I was a landlord and I owned an 8-unit building, I don't know that $200 is preventing me from really thinking about that. So that's where we're going. And I think as we head into future budget conversations, I think it is really important that we consider higher than 65%, starting with 100% here. Committee can change that number, but I think we do need to up the cost recovery personally. Piece 3, I think this is the most important piece here. And so I just want to take a vote to start on it. We've been asked time and time again to accelerate this program, hearing that 2027 is not fast enough for the delegates that have been asking since 2019 for action. I also want to say something that all of our delegates said, or many of our delegates said today, which is also really proud of the staff for the work that came forward to make this happen once we did start in this term of council, once we did get this going again, how fast this has all come together. We are also in a crisis. And so appreciative that this was something that we heard from staff that was, it's one of the original requests from our delegates. It is also something that would move up the program timeline by a couple of months. So when we're doing those early bird registrations, we can start some of those inspections right away. Appreciative to staff for that. I just want to also acknowledge it's not what we've been asked to do. Today, it's not the emergency response that people have been asking us for. And so I think this is a great program. I think we need to do it. And whenever it comes in, we need to have this bylaw. We also need an emergency response for tomorrow. And that's not happening today, and so that remains all of our responsibility in this committee because this amendment doesn't achieve that ask. And so there is a gap between when this will come into effect still, but we are really grateful to staff for finding a way to support this great program and help speed it up a little bit within the resources that are there. And just finally, that we keep working with tenants as we do this. We're not sending staff back to the drawing board. We're not encouraging a new consultation, but much like, or like mandating a new kind of widespread consultation, but much like that research table or that community table, as we operationalize the pieces that we're saying yes to today, we want to make it explicit that there's a touch point between staff and community advocates in thinking about implementation and operationalization. So at a glance, those are the pieces. Apologies, this one is a little bit messy.
It's not messy, it's just a little bit longer than we're used to. Vice Chair, can you take the chair for a second, please? So,
go ahead.
The fee schedule be amended to reflect 100% cost recovery. I've not seen that before. And I'd like to ask our staff, my understanding is when we're looking at cost recovery, the common law in Ontario has been that you can't make a profit on cost recovery. And so if you go to 95, 90, 95, 100%, you open yourself up to legal challenges because your expenses may not be more than what you're taking in. And so you end up with a profit. So can I just get a comment on that 100%? Because I'm a little bit uneasy about this. I've tried it in the past, didn't work.
Through the chair to the councillor, certainly a risk that we also identify when we look at our comparative municipalities, specifically Toronto. They did increase, they went up to 87%. No other municipality is operating this at 100% cost recovery. And to your point, you're right, and under a licensing regime or a bylaw regime, we cannot make a profit off of administering the program.
And so I would suggest that if you're wanting to maximize the cost recovery, then it would be 87, 85, somewhere around just at or under what Toronto is doing, because that makes it more defensible for us, that's all. I'm not trying to be a stick in the mud.
That would be friendly if you're asking it in such a way. That would be a friendly amendment.
To what value then? 87? 87. And we're good with that because now we can point to Toronto. It's their fault, not ours.
Through the chair to the council, we'd be supportive of such an amendment.
That's excellent. Thank you very much, Councillor, for being amenable. I don't see any further questions or comments, so I'll take the chair back. Thank you. And we'll go to the vote now, please, clerk. Thank you, clerk. And that vote carried 5-0. So the last amendment, Councillor, if you'd like to please read it out.
Thank you. And for folks who've been paying attention, this is the one we've been letting you know about all throughout the day. This is the deferral of consideration of the renovictions. I'm going to miss the noun, the renovictions bylaw, as we have all these new nouns today to get to learn and as it comes up. But this is essentially deferring consideration to the October 19th ECS. Within this condensed summer report schedule, I think it's clear today councillors were able to work with community advocates, work with staff, and come up with good compromises to better meet and better solve some of those gaps. This is huge, and it's huge because we asked staff for it to be big. We asked for every single tool in the toolbox, and we're so grateful that we got every single tool in the toolbox back. A week is not enough time to incorporate community concerns, community feedback, and so what we've done is we focused on the places where there was the most agreement, the vital services bylaw, the property standards bylaw, and this really incredible safe apartment building standard that's coming forward and has been amended now, so grateful to all of those. we were not able to do the work, is the honest answer, on kind of better meeting that need between where community members would like us to be on the renovations bylaw and what's in front of us. Understanding we also just went into closed session to get some of that piece as well about what's been going on from the legal side. But I would personally like some more time. I know Councillor Nan, I know Councillor Kretsch, I know community advocates would like some more time to work with staff, to come forward with some amendments and to do exactly what we did today, find that middle ground that's supported by staff, supported by community, and helps move us forward.
Thank you. So to be clear, it's an amendment to, it's not even an amendment, it's a motion to defer consideration of the renovations license and relocation listing bylaw, subsection E, appendix D, subsection F, appendix E, subsection G, appendix F, and subsection H to the October 19th ECS meeting. And that, of course, is this year. So everything else is moving forward. This is what is being deferred. Correct? Good. We're good? Staff are good? Everyone's good? Oh, the clerk's not good.
I'm pretty good. Thank you, Chair. To the Chair, I'm going to ask that as part of the deferral motion, we include that no further in-person or virtual delegations respecting the report are put
But
forward.
we're not opening another public
Correct.
hearing.
And then, but comments respecting the sections that will be coming back in October can be made in written submissions.
Thank you. That's fair. Agreement?
Yeah, I understand that we can't do everything 3 times, so I do appreciate that.
Yep, no problem. Nope. Okay, I think we're good. Seeing no further speakers, let's call the vote on this amendment. Thank you for this deferral. My apologies. That vote carried unanimously. So now that that has been completed, we need to vote on the amended report as amended. So same mover and seconder would make it easy for me. There's agreement there. Councillor Alex Wilson.
Just a very quick comment of thanks, I think. We're in a period of emergency, and we're in a period of emergency that we've taken too long to start acting as a city, as a corporation, as a world, as all many levels of government have been ignoring this crisis. We've heard that, hey, it started in the 50s when we deregulated. I like to bring up it started in 1996 when Harrison rent control and all these things. We all have our different start point. The point is it's clear. It's been happening for a really long time, getting worse and worse and worse. I want to thank the delegates who came out today who've been advocating for some of these changes for years and years and years, well into the past term of council, and are finally beginning to see some of these come, but are also understanding that good policy is not an emergency response. Good policy is necessary, but we're in an emergency today. 8.1, the Tenant Defense Fund starts with increasing some of those emergency supports, but I think all of us in this room know that even those enhancements, even that future programming, it does not meet the need we have in community today. The delegations we received today, the personal stories we've continued to receive from tenants, whether I'm thinking back to past term of council, listening in, watching meetings, when I'm just thinking about the past 9 months we've had, any one of these stories should be a moment to say enough is enough. The fact that we're now at the point that we've heard hundreds of these stories, they keep coming, it's clear that we're past time for action. And so I'm just so grateful that staff have, I think, really been working in an emergency level response behind the scenes to bring some of these things together, have been accelerating work relative to what I've seen happen on other files. Really, really grateful for that. And I'd love to say we're getting near the end of that journey, but I think it's unfortunate. It's just more of this. It's 3 more years of this because the crisis isn't going away. And so just so grateful that this work has been able to happen. But it's happened because of the pressures been put on to this organization as well. So grateful to colleagues today and helping work on the amendments. Grateful to Councillor Nan, who's been doing this work since 2021 and before. And really happy that we've amended these and can move forward, but there is still so much work to be done. So thank you, Chair, for these remarks, and thank you, Committee. I'm excited to work with all of you to get it done.
Thank you, Councillor. Well said. And there's probably hundreds, if not thousands, of residents who never came to appear, but were still impacted by this. So I think we are making headway, which is always a good thing. So I'm going to now move on to the consent items. Update on city's advocacy regarding housing with supports, HSC 23054.
Through the chair.
Pardon me?
We haven't had the vote.
Well, it's going to be unanimous. I'm sorry. Let's call the vote, please. And that carried 5-0. Okay, what I was saying earlier, update on city's advocacy regarding housing with support, HSC 23054. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Wang, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. Are there any questions on the report? Director Baird is still here to answer any questions. Seeing none, thank you. We'll call the vote, please. Thank you. That vote carried unanimously. The next item is the Hamilton Paramedic Service Resident Survey 2023 findings, HSC 23049, citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the report on the floor? Moved by Councillor Maureen Wilson, seconded by Councillor Kretsch. I'm not sure if Chief Sanderson, yep, there he is. Does anyone have any questions of Chief Sanderson, as well as Linda Button and Louisa Wrong are here on the technical survey and statistical experts? I'm seeing no questions. We'll call the vote, please. Thank you. Thank you to all the staff. Thumbs up from Councillor Alex Wilson. That vote carried unanimously at 5. Item 3 is the advisory committee reports. Are there any questions regarding these minutes? If not, may I have a mover and a seconder to receive these items? Seniors Advisory Committee minutes, June 2nd, 2023. LGBTQ Advisory Committee notes, May 16th. LGBTQ Advisory Committee notes, July 18th. Mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Wang. We'll call the vote, please. And that vote carried unanimously. The next item is the transfer of Tarashenko Not-for-Profit Housing Inc.'s project at 194 Gage Avenue South, HSC 23047, Ward 3. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the recommendations on the floor? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Maureen Wilson. Is there any questions? Michelle Baird, Director of Housing, is here to answer them. Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. Thank you. That vote is unanimous again. We're now moving on to the next item, which is the service manager consent for Stony Creek Community Homes, Inc. to encumber 110 Stony Brook Drive, HSC 23051 in Ward 10. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the recommendations on the floor? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by Councillor Alex Wilson. Any questions for the director? Seeing none, we'll call the vote, please. That vote carries unanimously. We're now moving on to the procurement of all electric North American style fire pumper for trial, HSC 23037 citywide. May I have a mover and a seconder to put the recommendations on the floor? Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang. Any questions for Chief Cunliffe? Seeing none, thank you. We'll call the vote. Thank you, Madam Clerk. That vote carried unanimously. May I now have a mover and a seconder to adjourn the meeting? Moved by Councillor Kretsch, seconded by...
No, I have to move my motion from yesteryear.
Oh, yesteryear?
Yester moment. It was from earlier. Elsie
I'm 63
Kolar.
when you say yesteryear. That's a long time ago.
Well, if you think this meeting has been short.
Go ahead, Councillor.
This is just with respect to thing we were speaking about earlier in terms of the contractual relationships with landlords for rents where we have subsidies, right? So we're subsidizing the rent, and what are we going to do? And so staff were kind enough to prepare this. I'll read it
Please.
quickly. That staff be directed to investigate current status of contractual relationships with landlords who are in receipt of rent subsidies and providing substandard tenant conditions, and report back to the Emergency and Community Services Committee in January 2024. And the report back to the committee include information about the number of households and tenants supported by rent subsidies, number of buildings and overall funding amounts provided by the city and the federal, provincial, and municipal breakdown of those, the nature of the relationship between the city and the landlord, the city and the tenant, and the city, including accountability and obligations of the landlord to provide acceptable standards of rental conditions under the terms of the contract with the city, obligations of the city to the tenant receiving the rent subsidy, and an analysis of and any proposed changes to current practice to improve conditions for tenants along with any resource implications. So that'll come back as a report. Only thing I'll add just verbally is it'd be good to have a link to the access to housing list. Like we have a lot of this information publicly already in terms of I and II, that kind of who are these folks. But if an appendice could be to what you bring back, would just be like literally a list of them. That's also a list of them and how many units, right? Like, so we know we have that piece as a piece of data we can carry forward.
That fair, Director?
Yes, that's completely fair.
Thank you. Who's your seconder?
I don't know who my seconder is. Oh,
Sir Alex Wilson has jumped to the spot. Any questions or comments on the motion? We're good? Thank you. Councillor Kretsch, thank you very much for the motion. Appreciate it. And thanks to the staff for doing that expeditiously. We appreciate it. That carries 5-0. Madam Clerk, may I adjourn the meeting with a vote? Thank you. Moved by Councillor Alex Wilson, seconded by Councillor Wang to adjourn the meeting. Thank you to all the staff and the councillors. This has been a good day. Well done. So we can't leave because you can't get... Thank you.